Huh? It's the house!
Hello, this is Gray Hughes of Gray Hughes Investigates, where location is evidence. Okay? That's what we do here. We figure out the location of crime. Some crimes, the location isn't as, important. Like in this case, Karmelo Anthony, you have the location where, it's not really a crucial element of the case. Other than the fact that it's at a track meet under a tent and the visitor location, but it's not like an element that puts pieces together, But normally that's what we do here is we find out locations in cases and then incorporate that into the crime itself and are able to determine what happened often, all right? So there you go. Let me get rid of the call-in part there. So we're on day 3 of Karmelo Anthony, and the state actually rested on Saturday. That's today. That's pretty crazy, isn't it? So I'm going to start off by, let's just go over this thing really quick. So Texas self-defense, stand your ground, and initial aggressor. A YouTube audience presentation guide. I actually was working with ChatGPT. I go, well, what about this? What about this? And last night I just used Google, so I thought I would use this one. Hey, thanks, Cinnamon Sin Freak. The big question is, every self-defense case usually comes down to one central question. Was the force immediately necessary to protect against another person's unlawful force? Jurors are not trying to decide whether someone was scared. They are trying to decide whether that fear and response were reasonable. And then the 3 levels of defense. Self-defense, using force to stop unlawful force against yourself. Deadly force capable of causing death or serious bodily injury when facing certain serious threats. Defense of others. So you can actually use, that's not really relevant in this case, but you can use self-defense to protect another person who had the right to defend themselves, who would have had the right to defend themselves. Like, let's say this guy pushes somebody down, he has a gun aimed at him, and this other the bystander shoots the guy with the gun, saving the life of the other person. And then I guess it comes down to the law, like, well, oh, wait, maybe that one guy was the aggressor, blah, blah, blah. And then the guy that helped out could get in trouble in that case. And then we've got stand your ground. Texas generally does not require a person to retreat. So in this case, Karmelo wasn't required to retreat. He had the lawful right to be there. It wasn't illegal for him to be underneath the tent of the competitor. So it says before using otherwise law. It says Texas generally does not require a person to retreat before using otherwise lawful force if they were lawfully present, not committing a crime, and did not provoke the confrontation. And that's where, the did not provoke, that means in the stand your ground, to only be able to claim that means you didn't provoke it. And that's where the issue is for Karmelo Anthony, is all the evidence so far points to him. He's the one that provoked the confrontation. Stand your ground is not a license to start fights. It simply removes a duty to retreat in qualifying situations, because there's some states out there say you have to run away first, then you can protect yourself. You have to make an effort to get away. That's not the law in Texas. You don't have to do that. Initial aggressor, the person who first uses or threatens unlawful force may lose the right to claim self-defense. The first question many jurors ask is simple. Who started it? Right? That is what people do, right? They always ask that question. Provocation. A person cannot normally provoke a confrontation and then benefit from the danger they created if someone intentionally creates the conflict hoping for a violent response. That can defeat a self-defense claim. And I think that's exactly what went on here. I think that provocation is exactly what happened. So it says, again, a person cannot normally provoke a confrontation and then benefit from the danger they created if someone intentionally creates the conflict hoping for a violent response. And but what they're saying, when they say cannot normally, that means, and sometimes you can do the regaining your self-defense right. So even after you provoke a confrontation, if you actually say, okay, forget it, I'm leaving, and then you're sort of brought back into it, now you've regained your ability to have self-defense, which, it's kind of lame in some ways, but it makes some sense because you were trying to get away at that point. Guess it's going to be one of those nights again where my channel just doesn't get out. Nobody sees it. I'm not live. Nothing. I got 59 people. It's just crazy. Let's see. So words alone. Threatening words, insults, and trash talk generally do not justify force by themselves. Examples: you're dead. I'm gonna beat you up. Name calling and insults. So those words alone don't mean anything. But then it's words plus conduct. This is where many cases become complicated. Jurors evaluate the totality of the circumstances. What was said? How was it said? What actions accompanied the words? How close were the people? Did danger appear immediate? And then I actually put the backpack in there. What if he's reaching in and says, suppose a person says, you're dead, then immediately reaches into a backpack, waistband, jacket, pocket, or vehicle. Jurors may ask, what would a reasonable person think was about to happen? The issue is not necessarily what was actually inside the backpack. The issue is whether the belief that a weapon was being drawn was reasonable. See, doesn't that make sense? Like, let's say you have a backpack, a person has a backpack on, and they say, I'm going to kill you. And they say, you reach into their backpack, and you shoot them. Right? And they were really angry right before that, and then they said, and then they pull out a gun, right? Well, isn't it reasonable to believe they reached in there to grab something to take your life, right? That's what it would seem like. And so but what if the backpack was full of bubble gum? It doesn't really matter. It means that your perception of what was happening was reasonable. And again, being shoved in the shoulder, it's not reasonable, in my opinion, to believe that your life is in danger, despite the fact that he's much bigger than him. It just means and I don't know. Anyways, right here it says, what prosecutors often argue, that threat was not immediate, the defendant overreacted, there was no weapon, the defendant was the aggressor, so that means there was no weapon on the victim's part. There was no weapon, the defendant was the aggressor, the force used was disproportionate. I think every single thing in there is the reality. Look at it. The threat was not immediate. I mean, I guess, you get shoved in the shoulder, but what does that mean? Like, what level is that? It's stupid. The defendant overreacted. In this case, let's see, the defendant overreacted. I would say absolutely he overreacted. There was no weapon, right? The defendant was the aggressor. That appears to be the case. And the force used was disproportionate. What defense attorneys often argue is the threat was immediate. Words were accompanied by threatening conduct. A reasonable person would have feared serious harm. The defendant acted in a split-second situation. The law does not require perfect judgment under stress. Questions jurors commonly ask: who started the confrontation? Who first threatened unlawful force? Now that's the thing. So today we're gonna go through the trial, but kind of keep these things in mind because some of these things there's different information now that we didn't have before. Was anyone attempting to leave? Were threats accompanied by actions? Did someone appear to reach for a weapon? Was the response reasonable? Was deadly force necessary? And here's the YouTube-friendly flowchart. Was there an unlawful threat or attack? Was the threat immediate? Were threatening actions involved? Who started the confrontation? Did anyone withdraw? You can almost argue that the victim withdrew by saying, Metcalf, by him saying, yeah, I don't want to fight or anything. I'm not going to fight at a track meet. Was the response proportional? No. And would a reasonable person have acted similarly? And I'd say no. Right? I mean, that's what I would say. Bottom line, Texas Stand Your Ground protects lawful self-defense. It does not generally protect someone who creates the confrontation. And when jurors evaluate a threat, they do not simply listen to words. They look at whether the surrounding conduct made the threat appear real, immediate, and dangerous. Kind of interesting, right? Hey, thanks, Wild Bill Wassman and Cinnamon Sin Freak. Yep. All right, so we got that. I have another PDF here that's a little bit more like detailed stuff in here. I mean, it's not that detailed, but it's basically the same thing. But let me get rid of that. And so here we go. Here's the whole day. I found another site that had much more in-depth breakdown on it. So I did this in order, because it goes down. It's a blog, so like I started at the bottom and went up. This is 9:02 in the morning, all right? Hey, thank you, K-Me. Appreciate it. All right, it says right here. NBC 50, okay. A Saturday first witness was a 17-year-old student, and this is NBC 5 over there. In fact, it's, I think it's this site. Yeah, it's NBC DFW. But anyways, NBC 5 says, will not be identifying minors who testify in court. Saturday's first witness was a 17-year-old student at Memorial High School. He told the jury that he will graduate in 2027 and that he plays football and track. Coach Rob Starr, who previously testified in the trial, was his coach. Prosecutor Bill Werski asked the witness if he was aware that weapons are now allowed at school events. What does that mean? Now, I think it might be not allowed. I don't know. Is that supposed to say now or not? I think I read it or it said not earlier. I'm confused at why you'd say that. Almost want to try to verify that. That seems kind of... Let me go to this Fox 4 thing and go to the first one at the bottom and see if they say something similar. Because I know that they said that in there. Hold on. You're not supposed to bring weapons to a track meet, correct? The attorney asked. Yes, sir. And then this one says, He was aware that weapons are not allowed. I think it's supposed to say not. Okay, I don't. That's an error there. Yeah, that's stupid. Yeah. Hey, everybody. Weapons are now allowed at track meets. Hey, everybody, bring them. If you got them, man, bring them. Hey, what do you got? Bring weapons to track. Yeah, I mean, what a stupid error that is. Anyways, the witness told the jury that he was inside the tent on April 2nd, 2025, and was looking around to find someone to talk to. He said only fellow teammates were inside the tent, some of whom were on their phones. He said that at one point he saw someone he didn't recognize and asked his teammate if they knew him. This other individual was identified as Karmelo Anthony. All right. Let me just get on the scene here, just for the hell of it. It threw me off, the witness said, explaining that he initially did not see any athletic gear on Karmelo. He said Karmelo sat down in the tent. The witness said he was not worried about Karmelo's presence, but did want to identify him. So this is, it's Karmelo's school that this event is at, but he was underneath the tent of the rival school, which is, I guess Metcalf is what I meant to say. No, I think I got the name wrong earlier. Metcalf, and then that was at Memorial, I guess they're called Memorial Memorial High School is what it is. All right, so that's where he went to high school, but the event was taking place at the Karmelo's high school, I believe. Or maybe he went to a different one. That's right, it's at a third school. He went to this one over here. I just remembered that. Yeah, so he went to Centennial High School. So he also was a visitor at this event. Makes it even a little bit weirder, to be honest with you. Like, why the hell are you over there? Okay. All right. So, according to NBC, the witness said he was not worried about Karmelo's presence, but did want to identify him. According to NBC5, Maria Guerrero, who is inside the Collin County Courthouse, the witness appears to be holding a red ball while testifying. Okay. Who cares? The witness said that at one point he saw Austin and Karmelo stand up. He saw Austin put his hands on Karmelo's shoulder, followed by a punch, or by a bunch of yelling, not a punch. He saw Austin put his hands on Karmelo's shoulder, followed by a bunch of yelling. He testified that he heard Austin say, "He stabbed me," and he heard Hunter, Austin's brother, say, "He got stabbed." He said he heard Austin and Karmelo arguing, but he wouldn't say anyone's demeanor was angry or aggressive. Was Austin responding to being provoked? Wersky asked. Yes, he put his hands on his shoulder, the witness said. Wait, was Austin responding to being provoked? Yes, he put his hands on his shoulder. What are you talking about? That's just that doesn't make sense right there. Was Austin responding to being provoked? Yes, he put his hands on his shoulder. Okay, you mean, okay. So Austin put his hands on Karmelo Anthony's shoulders. That's just sort of an awkwardly worded. Okay, right. So when he responded, he put his hands on Karmelo's shoulder. The witness said he saw Hunter run after Karmelo, but came back down and tried to help Austin. He testified that he did not see Hunter interact with Karmelo during the original altercation. No one even thought a fight would break out, the witness said. The witness said the encounter was still hard for him to talk about and that he needed some counseling. He told the jury that Karmelo provoked Austin and that the stabbing was not done in self-defense. I'm not sure. I wonder why they're allowed to say that. You know, how can a student say the stabbing was not done in self-defense? That seems like a thing that, like that's sort of the core issue of the court. It's almost like you're having rulings by each of the witnesses. Doesn't that sound a little weird to you guys? Like why a witness saying, yes, the stabbing was not in self-defense. Well, I mean, that's what the case is. It seems like it should be up to, the jury and the attorneys to make the argument, not have each one of these guys say, oh, he's guilty, man. It wasn't, you know what I'm saying? So I wonder why that's allowed. Maybe that's normal. It just seems different to me. Let's see. And I'm just telling you how I don't have a dog in this fight. So I'm just telling you, as the information comes in, how I interpret it. And it doesn't mean, I've just been doing true crime for a long time, so I kind of can think through things logically and so forth. And that's just one of those things where I look at it and go, geez, that's kind of weird. Like, what the hell is that even, what does that mean? Hey, thanks, Wild Bill, again. All right. So if you're watching, you guys, if you're out there, if you could help support the channel, that would be great, like Wild Bill and some of the others. Yeah, I'm not really into that. How is that even allowed? I mean, wouldn't the defense object to that? Like, hey, objection, Your Honor. They're testifying as to, and it just doesn't seem like, how do they know what self-defense is? See, because self-defense is kind of nuanced and tricky. So them saying that is strange to me. Anyways, I've already made my point. During cross-examination, Karmelo's defense attorney, Toby Shook, showed the witness a transcript of his interview with detectives in which he said that Karmelo had gone into their tent on a previous occasion. The witness said he doesn't remember and clarified that he really meant that he'd seen Karmelo greet someone before. Was someone able to find a picture from Instagram of Karmelo when you all were on the bus? Shook asked. The witness said yes and explained that following the stabbing, his teammate passed around a phone with an Instagram photo of Karmelo on it. Do you remember telling detectives that Hunter popped in to defend Austin? Shook asked. The witness said yes, but explained that he did not know what Hunter said. The witness told the jury that Austin was larger than Karmelo and that he could look intimidating just by the size if someone didn't really know him. I like how this article at least doesn't use those terms like he admitted that, as if like somehow they're trying to hide something, but if you can, hey, you can get it out of him, boy, they're going to admit it. All right, so that was the first witness. The witness told the jury that Austin was larger than Karmelo. So they're trying to get, was it reasonable because of how much bigger he was that he would fear for his life on a shove to a shoulder? That's what they're trying to convince people of. All right, now here's the next witness. The state called another minor witness to the stand, this time a 16-year-old high school junior. The witness said he plays football and track. He was a freshman when the stabbing happened and explained that he knew Austin Metcalf, saying that he was pretty close to him and would call him a big brother. The witness told the jury that he remembered the day of the stabbing, that he was part of a group of boys who were told to put up the tent and bring coolers. Austin and Hunter Metcalf were also part of that group, so they put the tent together and everything. He said he saw a student from Centennial High School in Memorial's tent. and that he identified him because of the logo on his backpack. The witness explained that since it wasn't raining anymore, the memorial students told him to leave. I guess so. So you even let him stay when it was raining. The witness told the jury that everyone in the group, himself included, told Karmelo to leave. I wonder how they said it. See, that's the part we're probably never going to get to know is, how did you tell him to leave? And if you said it in a certain way, could that be considered to be aggressive? But if you just say, hey, you need to leave, man, this isn't your tent. That's kind of normal. He said no one was angry when they were asking, okay, there you go, but that Karmelo would not leave. So he's saying that nobody was aggressively saying it or anything, but he wouldn't leave. He tries to provoke us, like, make me get out, and reaches into his bag and says, touch me and see what happens, the witness told the jury, referring to Karmelo. The witness told the jury that Karmelo instigated the altercation and that he, like previous witnesses, thought Karmelo was bluffing when he put his hand inside the backpack because it's a high school track meet and you're not supposed to bring in anything. The witness then described the moments after the stabbing, saying he saw Austin with blood on his chest, falling down the bleachers. He told the jury that Austin said, he stabbed me, and then it's like, he said Hunter told everyone at the tent that Karmelo had a knife and that they needed to run, and then he went to Austin immediately and tried to save him. The witness told the jury that everyone was crying because they couldn't believe what happened. When they got back to the bus, he said Karmelo's alleged friend Eddie was on the bus and that the witness asked Eddie. So that's the thing. Eddie is a witness that's coming up here in a minute. They asked, and I figured that's how they knew who he was when they passed the phone around. Asked Eddie about Karmelo because the witness recalled Eddie referring to him as Mello. Just like Karmelo Anthony, that's his nickname. The witness, like the previous witness, told the jury that Karmelo provoked Austin and that the stabbing was not done in self-defense. See, that's so weird that they're all repeating that. Like, how do you know? Was this self-defense or did Karmelo commit murder? Worski asked. He committed murder. Wow, that's just incredible. I don't think I've ever seen a case where a judge would allow a witness to say that. Like literally letting them, that is bothersome, you guys. If that is exactly what was said, doesn't that bother you a little bit? To literally say to a witness up on the stand, hey, was this self-defense or did Karmelo commit murder? He committed murder. Wow, that's for the jury to decide. I know, it's just, I don't know, man. I've never seen that before. Could you imagine? I actually literally watching that? That'd be strange. And yeah, was there no objection? I don't know, maybe there was some rules put in there, but that's pretty bizarre. During cross-examination, the defense asked if the witness recalled telling detectives that he was scared of Austin Metcalf during football. During cross-examination, the defense asked the witness, the defense asked if the witness recalled telling detectives that he was scared of Austin Metcalf during football. The witness said yes, saying Austin was intimidating. Yeah, so that's what they need to have, stuff like that, that a reasonable person being shoved by somebody so intimidating might immediately make you fear for your life. That's what's happening. That's what the defense is doing, okay? So I'm just trying to tell you, I can feel like what their strategy is here. The witness recalled Karmelo and Eddie talking during the track meet. So there's a guy named Eddie. That Eddie told the witness that Karmelo, Eddie told the witness. So the witness recalled Karmelo and Eddie talking during the track meet. and that Eddie told this witness that Karmelo was a friend when they were on the bus. So later on the bus, he said, yeah, he was a friend of mine. Okay. And let me go to the other one and go to that second witness. It seemed like there was different. So we had... yeah, this one and then a 16-year-old. So look at the difference. This is different. So this is the same witness here at 10 a.m. Right? Let's see. Do they have a time on that? No, that was 9:39. 16-year-old. Is that what this one is? Okay. Yeah, so here we go. Listen to this. A 16-year-old student athlete who knew Metcalf from middle school took the stand. But down here he said he recalled anything... he recalled Anthony sitting down next to him and saying something like, crazy weather, huh? He took the stand. He said he was sitting under the memorial tent that day and scrolling on TikTok. This is the same witness that we just read about on the other channel, or station. He recalled Anthony sitting down next to him and saying something like, crazy weather, huh? He said another teammate noticed Anthony and asked him, who's this guy? The teen said, Anthony replied, so Karmelo replied, I'm a nobody. The teammate replied, if you're a nobody, then get out of our tent. The teen testified that Anthony responded, F y'all. Okay, so this is much more. I don't know why that was missed by that last person. The teen testified that Anthony repeated, F y'all. I'm not going to leave y'all, or a bunch of a bunch of P word. Y'all not going to do anything, he said. Now it makes sense why you'd say, touch me and find out, right? You aren't going to do anything. He's leading all the narrative. He said Anthony also threatened, touch me and see what happens. See, boom. Now... that actually explains why he said that, right? Remember yesterday we were trying to figure out, why would he say, touch me and see what happens? Hey, thanks, Cheryl Bullock. Why would he say that, right? So now we know. It wasn't anything that was said by Metcalf, right? Nothing. It was just him continually progressing, like he's saying, y'all are a bunch of P word. You all going to do you're all not going to do anything, he said. Anthony also threatened, touch me and see what happens. See, that makes sense. Like, hey, you guys aren't going to, get out of here. And he goes, hey, listen, you guys aren't going to do anything. You touch me and you see what happens. So now that is much stronger now, because now we have the explanation of why he made that comment. And so I don't know why the hell that other news outlet didn't put that in there, because that right there is literally the biggest thing that he said. All the rest of that crap was sort of, it was meaningless almost. Yeah, exactly. He taunted the whole time. Let's see. So, y'all not going to do anything, he said. Anthony also threatened, touch me and see what happened. Metcalf told him, I'm not going to fight you. Boom. I mean, there you go. So Metcalf said, oh yeah, I'm not going to fight you, And that's retreating, actually. That's a verbal form of retreating. But he does end up shoving his shoulder. This teen who said it was his first track meet testified that Metcalf didn't do anything to get stabbed in the chest. Under cross-examination, he admitted, see, they love it over here on this one, he admitted that Anthony wasn't yelling or anything like that. Right, he was probably, F y'all, man. Hey, try it and see what happens. I mean, he was probably calm about it. That makes him even more psycho. He's like a nut job. All right. So then this is the same person here. They just never mentioned that. Was this self-defense or did Karmelo commit murder? He committed murder, the witness said. All right. So, and then the last part was the witness recalled Karmelo and Eddie talking during the track meet, and that Eddie told the witness that Karmelo was a friend when they were on the bus later, and he was handing out the the video, you know. All right, let me get this crap. Sorry, I didn't mean to have that on the screen there. All right, you guys. But hey, check it out. You guys have the ability to help support my channel tonight. You know, send in some gifted channel memberships, super chats, etc. We got to keep trying to make the goal because we had 3 days in a row where we didn't even come close. So if you guys have the ability, that would be fantastic. All right. That's number 2. Now we're going to go to number 3. And I think I need to go back and forth each time now that we see that there's such a huge discrepancy in the... All right, so this is the state called another 16-year-old. Okay. Let me see. 15, 16. No. No, that's different. Let's just do this one. Oh, wait, this one does have that in there. So I don't know. I guess there's maybe a witness missing from the other outlet because this one is another 16-year-old. This is, I guess so, you know, separate the two. The one that said F y'all is this guy. So let's see. The state called another minor, so I guess they didn't leave it out. The other one left out. They said 15-year-old and then 16. The state called another minor, a 16-year-old student, to the stand. He told the jury that he plays soccer and that he has tickets to the upcoming Japan versus Sweden game during the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Prosecutors asked who he would be rooting for, and he said Portugal, eliciting several laughs from the gallery. Because he's watching Japan versus Sweden. And then he said, well, yeah, okay, that makes sense. The witness told the jury that he was not really friends with Austin or Hunter Metcalf. The witness, who also runs track, was at the meet on April 2nd, 2025 to run the 800 and 1600. 1600, what the hell's that? It's 1500. I don't think they have a 1600. They have an 800 and a 1500. And unless that's something new. He testified that while he was under the memorial tent at the track meet, Karmelo Anthony sat next to him and said, "What crazy weather," referring to the rain that had been falling throughout the morning. The witness said he thought it was strange because each team had its own tent. The witness testified that memorial student who is friends with Karmelo's girlfriend spoke with Karmelo for a few minutes before a fellow student saw Karmelo and said, "Who is this guy?" According to the witness, Karmelo replied, "I'm a nobody." The witness told the jury that the other student then said, "Well, if you're a nobody, then get out of the tent." To which Karmelo replied, "I'm not effing leaving." He said he remembered Karmelo getting more aggressive when they kept telling him to leave. He testified that Karmelo said, "F y'all, I'm not going to leave. Y'all are a bunch of P word. You are not going to do anything." The witness said he was not worried and that it was just tough talk. According to the witness, Austin then took the lead saying, "Bro, just leave. We don't want you here." So that's Austin. Then Karmelo allegedly reached into his bag and repeated, "Touch me and see what happens." Wow. That's great. That puts it clearly on Karmelo Anthony's side. That means he's the primary aggressor by him, the way he was talking. So it was just normal. It's not being an aggressor by asking somebody to leave. Okay. But he's the one, I don't know if, he didn't threaten to harm anybody with F y'all, you're a bunch of P word. The witness said he was not worried and then it was tough talk. And then according to the witness, Austin then, so there's provocation there though, right? And then Austin then took the lead saying, "Bro, just leave. We don't want you here." And then Karmelo reached into his bag and repeated, touch me and see what happens. So now that's like the first moment of aggression right there. The touch me and see what happens. All the rest of it's just, you know, I mean, even like F you all and stuff like that, there's a little aggression in there, but I think the one that really sort of threatens possible harm is the touch me and see what happens multiple times. The witness told the jury that Austin was calm and told Karmelo that he did not want to fight. But anyways, any ways to avoid these massive lulls again in here tonight, you guys? Yeah, it's like we need to get the support up here. No, well, the old mile isn't 1600. The old mile was 440 times 4. You know, that's what it used to be. There's never been a 1600 meter race that I'm aware of. Let me type it in. But come on, you guys. Man, let's try to get the goal tonight. Let's see. Depending on your age and skill, many local track events. Okay, hold on. 1500. Man, I've never heard of that. But they center on two different. I don't know. It sounds like there is a race, Olympic and collegiate distance, while the 1600, often called the metric mile, it's not the mile, is primarily used in U.S. high schools to fit standard 400-meter tracks. So you go around 4 times. The 1500 meters is the standard, though, race, and you don't do 4 complete laps. But hey, guys, any chance you could help support the channel so I don't have to ask 16,000 times again? We just got to try to reach the goals, you guys. I don't know what I'm doing differently these days, but it's getting a lot more difficult. You know, we have these huge lulls, and then it's the same people. We need other people to consider supporting the channel, because that's all we have here. There's no ad revenue. There's nothing on these live streams other than the people watching, supporting the channel. So maybe somebody could try to do a challenge of some sort, try to get something going. You know, we're already 42 minutes in, and we're at like 1/10 or 1/12 of the nightly goal. And we've only got, these are 3-hour shows. Yeah, well, you're I don't know. Right. I don't know why people aren't supporting it. I don't know. I don't know what your intention with that comment there, Caroline. That's almost like what a troll might say, but you're gonna have to get rid of that one. All right, let's see. He testified that while he was under the memorial tent at the track meet, Karmelo Anthony sat next to him and said, "What crazy weather." Yeah, we already did that. So we were down here where it said. He testified that Karmelo said, "F y'all, I'm not going to leave. You're all a bunch of P-word. You all are not going to do anything." The witness said he was not worried and that it was just tough talk. According to the witness, Austin then took the lead, saying, "Bro, just leave. We don't want you here." Karmelo allegedly reached into his bag and repeated, "Touch me and see what happens," multiple times. The witness told the jury that Austin was calm and told Karmelo that he did not want to fight. The witness said he does not recall if Austin touched Karmelo's bag or shoulder, but that he did see Austin fall. He said he did not know what happened until Austin lifted his shirt and he saw the big hole. According to NBC5, Maria Guerrero, who was inside the Collin County Courthouse, Austin's mother was crying in the courtroom as the testimony continued, along with other individuals in the gallery. The witness told the jury that after the stabbing, he recalled another student saying, "Austin looks dead." The witness, like previous witnesses, told the jury that Austin did not want to fight and that Karmelo was the aggressor. My opinion is that Austin didn't deserve what happened, the witness said. It was murder, wasn't it? Yes, sir. Man, I'm telling you, I don't know what the Supreme Court would say on something like that. That just doesn't seem... Put a 1 if you think that's okay. That well, let me just do I'm going to do a poll here. I don't know. I'm not going to bother with that. I just want to know, do you think it's okay? Put a 1 if you think it's okay for a prosecutor to ask a witness, hey, it was murder, wasn't it? Yes, sir. That just seems ludicrous to me. I don't want to hear from you, Elena. You're never accurate. But yeah, so that's the thing right there. I think it's absolutely insane. I have never seen anything like that. Hey, it was murder, wasn't it? Yes, sir, the witness said. Well, that's what the jury is supposed to decide, not the witnesses, each one that comes up. You got it wrong, Elena. You got it wrong. Yeah. Well, that's what this is. This is a murder trial. No, you weren't right about that. They do have 1,600 meters, but it's not a mile. It's just they call it a metric mile. Okay, this is a murder trial, Elena. Anyways, my opinion is that Austin didn't deserve what happened. My opinion is that Austin didn't deserve what happened, the witness said. It was murder, wasn't it? Yes, sir. I mean, that's crazy. That's ridiculous. Well, I mean, it's still okay, but okay. Even if you say, sure, it's not a murder trial. Well, it's going to end up being a murder because I don't agree with you, Elena. I don't think it's a self-defense trial. Although I guess it kind of is because the prosecution has to prove that it's not self-defense, and then it becomes a murder. I just think I've never seen anything like that ever, where somebody up on the stand can tell you that it's murder when that's up to the jury to decide later. So I don't agree with you. Yeah. I mean, the defense is claiming self-defense, and then the prosecution has to disprove self-defense. But in doing so, they're proving. That's why at the very end, what does he get penalized with? First-degree murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter, whatever. Those are all in there. So I just think that is nuts, Yeah, I think it's absolutely crazy. Yeah, no, I don't know, man. I mean, I'd like to literally hear a lawyer say that. I think almost any defense attorney or anybody would go, yeah, man, that really shouldn't be allowed. Where was the objection? Objection, Your Honor. How does I mean, it doesn't even make sense just about anything in a trial. Imagine having a trial about, I guess just in any element of a trial, you're in there and somebody's going, hey, do you think that blood spatter is... You're talking to a dog walker, and you tell him, hey, we know that you're walking your dog and you had the opportunity to walk by that blood spatter out in front of Nancy Guthrie's home. Do you believe that was expirated blood? Yes, I do. I am certain that was expirated blood. Well, thank you very much. Oh, hey, jury, that's ridiculous. That's what I'm saying. It's like these are just athletes. They don't get to decide if something's murder or not. That's what doesn't make sense. So I don't care what somebody's answer is going to try to be. I think it's ridiculous. All right. Anyways, it was murder, wasn't it? Worski asked. Yes, sir, the witness said. Okay, you know what I hate is people like you that show up to my show, Retro Man. Good luck. All right? What an idiot. Yeah, let's see. Yes, sir, the witness said. During cross-examination, the witness testified that Karmelo was not acting up or anything when he was under Memorial's tent at the track meet. He recalled Karmelo saying, F you guys, once he was confronted. So let's see. During the cross-examination, the witness testified that Karmelo was not acting up or anything when he was under the Memorial tent at the track meet. He recalled Karmelo swearing, saying, F you guys, once he was confronted. Right. But that just means confronted about like, hey, can you leave? It's our tent. Yeah, I mean, that's what you would think it would be. Something like that. Objection. You're telling the witness, but it's not even leading the witness. The students that are witnesses should not be allowed to tell anybody that it's a murder and just say it out loud. Yeah, it's a murder. Objection, Your Honor. There's got to be a rule out there that doesn't allow them to give you their impression like that. It's not really a fact. It's an opinion that could, I don't know. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? I think there's something absolutely wrong with that. And it has nothing to do with the fact, because it's a trial about self-defense, so they can then claim it was... That's bullshit. That's not accurate. Okay? He told the jury that Austin did not step up when he pushed Karmelo and that he just turned around in his same row. He told the jury that Austin did not step up when he pushed Karmelo and that he just turned around in the same row. Okay, so that means he was sitting behind him, or in front of him, and then turned around. All right, so that one that was the same one. Then there was a 20-minute break, and then we have, so next one is apparently the teen who knew. Hey, thanks, Wild Bill Wassman. Yeah, I don't know what it is, man. I can't say anything. Hey, listen, Ellen, I don't agree with you, okay? So quit repeating it over and over and over again. These people don't have the right or the ability to have a legal opinion about anything. They're just athletes telling people what happened. I don't agree with you. So you can do your own thing if you want. But I don't want to keep reading your response, which is incorrect. Yeah. Well, the judge probably was waiting for the defense to say something. I don't know. Maybe there's a weird law in Texas that allows teenage track athletes to claim something as a murder on stand. I don't know, man. It's just unbelievable to me. Thanks, Wild Bill Wassman. Yeah. I don't want to reread it. Okay. NBC will not be identifying minors who testify in court per the court order. Yeah, well, this is the same thing. I don't care when you say in a typical murder case. This is, even if it's a self-defense case, you don't get to say what your legal opinion is when you're just like a witness in there. That doesn't make any sense. You keep repeating yourself, and I don't agree with you. And I wouldn't even agree if that's the law in Texas. It's ridiculous. Just imagine that. If you're allowing witnesses go up on there, that are just, hey, Dylan Mortensen, do you think this is a murder or what? Oh, yeah, that's right. It's a murder, everybody. Yeah, well, that's because it's a murder case, Gray. That's why she can't say that. Well, no, it doesn't matter. You can't have an opinion on any of that shit. You're just testifying on what you saw and remembered, and that's it. Hey, look at that. It's Linda Molden Howe of the Cattle Mutilations and Crop Circles. Yeah. All right. What's going on, Linda Moldenhau? We didn't see or read transcripts of the trial. We don't know if prosecution stated at all. I don't care what it is, Sandy. Regardless of how you want to try to spin it and pretend that you know what the... they shouldn't be allowed to even opine or say those kind of things. You know, I mean, imagine that. Like, it's hard sometimes for a witness who's an expert to be allowed to opine on an idea. And these guys who were standing there are able to say out loud, yep, it was a murder, everybody. I don't know. I mean, I think it is a murder. I'm just saying, you know, isn't that for the jury? Like, we're sort of the jury. We're going over the information. Yeah, anyways. When court resumed shortly after 11 a.m., the state called another former Memorial High School student to the stand. The witness told the jury that he graduated from Memorial last week and plans to attend Collin College to participate in their mechanics program. The witness told the jury that he and Austin were close and that Karmelo was also someone he knew. Like, so now this is so obviously this is the same guy that was mentioned in, let's see, it might have been, well, it was probably I think we're on number, I forgot what his name was. But he's the guy that on the bus showed a picture of Karmelo and was, friends with. So someone he knew, but not someone he would call his friend. So he's saying that now. And it says, you're kind of unique because you are the common denominator between Karmelo and Memorial, Worski told the witness. The witness explained that one of his family friends was Karmelo's girlfriend. So one of his family friends was Karmelo's girlfriend. He said he has not spoken to Karmelo since Austin's death. He told the jury that on the day of the stabbing, he didn't notice Karmelo at first, but once he did, he dapped him up. Yeah, I guess that's the word. I didn't know what the hell it meant. He said he thought it was weird that Karmelo was in the memorial tent, but that he did not tell Karmelo that he had to leave. So this is somebody now underneath, the tent of Metcalf. You know, is on Metcalf's team, but allowed Karmelo to be there. So that kind of, I think this guy here sort of takes away that, well, what the hell is he doing over there? You know, you can say, well, he was there to, you know, we can do all that stuff, but this gives reasonable doubt of like him being there for the sole purpose of killing. You know, he went there and that was provocative too. Because remember at first we were like, wow, it's provoking the fact that he's even there, right? Well, I don't think we can say that now. I think you can still believe that, but I think it's being mitigated by this information right here. Like now it's reasonable to believe he was just visiting a friend under that tent. Okay, right? Do you guys agree with that? Because now we have a witness. This is the guy we were talking about yesterday. Yeah. Yeah, I think these are verbatim because it was in two different articles in a row. It's not verbatim. I think they're quoting those certain words, though. Yes. Yeah. Because they're in two different outlets said exactly the same thing. I think that'd be pretty wild. All right. So right now, you guys, for the people that are paying attention, this witness here mitigates the like, wow, what the hell's he's just over there. He just went there to kill somebody, right? Now you have to take that out of the equation because now the jury's going to say, oh, okay, so he had a reason to be there. All right, you know, there's a friend over there, and maybe he only went there to kill, but, you know, had the friend to go visit to do it, you know. I mean, I'm just saying, throw that out now. We can't have that as part of our equation, that he went under the tent merely to provoke, because we don't know that now. That one's out because he went to this friend was why, he can claim that, and it's accurate that he knew this person. He told the jury that on the day of the stabbing, he didn't notice Karmelo at first, but once he did, he dapped him up. He said he thought it was weird that Karmelo was in the memorial tent, but that he did not tell Karmelo that he had to leave. The witness said he was not paying attention when Austin and Karmelo began interacting because he was talking to other jumpers. When Austin and Karmelo, so the witness was talking to other jumpers, but that he heard Austin say, "Who are you? You need to go out of, get out of our tent." Now, maybe this friend of Karmelo was sort of intimidated by Austin, so he didn't stick up for Karmelo at the moment, right? Like, according to the witness, Karmelo replied, "You got to move me. You got to move me." Ah, see, there you go. That's interesting. And then called Austin, the B word or whatever. The witness explained that he did not remember other bad words that were used, but he remembers that Austin also cursed. The witness said that Karmelo started to get mad and that Austin got... See, that's the thing, is like, "You got to move me." And then what if Austin said... Well, but that's the original provocation right there, though. I would say that, like, that right there is probably the original direct provocation. "You got to move me. You got to move me." And called Austin a B word. And then even if Austin replied, "Well, hell yeah, I'm going to remove you," and then that's when he said, "Touch me," and blah, 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 it still means that Karmelo started all that. Let's see. Here, let's hit button freaks. Yeah. Yeah, that's not helping, Jason. But, hopefully somebody will hit the like button. We've only got 55 likes. All right, so how about we hit the like button? Yeah, like I said, Elena typed in, "Both attorneys can ask eyewitness whether they believe Anthony murdered Austin or acted in self-defense. These questions are allowed under Texas evidence rules when based on witness firsthand." Yeah, like I said, I think that is absolute ludicrous. I said, even if it's in the Texas law, to allow a witness to state what they believe it was. That seems insane. I've never seen anything like it. Anyways, right. Yeah, hit the like button, you guys. It's pretty easy.
I'm fired out of it now.
Hit the like button, 10, 20, 25, 30. Hit that like button, 40, 45, 50. Hit that like button, 60. It's the easiest damn thing to do in the world. Use your nose, use your toes, whatever blows. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. It's so damn simple. We're not going to keep doing the show until we get to over 100 likes. It's so damn easy to hit the like button. Just hit the damn like button. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're only at 58. 58, 58, 58. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is it that difficult, you guys, to hit the damn like button? I mean, honest to God. If you're not going to support the channel in any other way, just hit the damn like button. All right? Pretty simple. Yikes. The witness said that Karmelo started to get mad and Austin got defensive because there was someone in the tent we didn't know. Austin has always been leading, always protecting us, the witness said. Austin's father, Jeff, was seen nodding in his head in the courtroom. The witness told the jury that when Karmelo reached into his backpack, he did not think there was anything in it, and that Karmelo was trying to act tough, he said. Austin told Karmelo, so now we hear that Austin said, "You don't have anything in there," to which Karmelo replied, "Oh, now we know the answer to that. Touch me and see touch me then. Wow. See, but that's not provocation by Austin. He just said, you don't have anything in there. And so he had his hand. Well, see, that's even more interesting because that proves that Metcalf was actually sort of aware and concerned of what he was reaching into his backpack about. It wasn't like he didn't notice it. So now that's the posturing and the provocation words, to which Karmelo replied, touch me and see, touch me then. He testified that at some point Karmelo said, you're going to have to move me. And that's when he saw Austin fall back and yell for help. The witness described Austin's push of Karmelo as a soft shove and told the jury it was not aggressive. I mean, that's his friend. That's actually Carmelo Anthony's friend saying this. As the witness described seeing Austin's wounds following the stabbing, he began to cry on the stand. Austin Metcalf's family and other teens in the gallery began crying as well. The witness told the jury that Hunter Metcalf was backing up his brother during the altercation with Karmelo, saying, you don't have anything in there, referring to Karmelo's bag. Now, hold on a second. Who said that? Austin told Karmelo. Hunter's the brother's name. And Linda Howell said, please help support the channel if you can. Love you, freaks. I don't know why people aren't supporting the channel, honestly. Ah, jeez. I think Sandy and Elena are like twins. The witness described Austin's push of Karmelo as soft shove and told the jury it was not aggressive. As the witness described, and look at that, 77 months. What is that? 572. It's like, wasn't that 6 years and 5 months? But you guys, can you please help support the channel tonight? Is there a reason that we're just not seeing any support? I don't understand it. This is what my channel does. We go over this every single night, it seems like. And you guys are knowing, you're just staring at the screen, looking at the massive lulls. And this is how the channel survives. This is how we were able to afford to pay for the genealogy case that we just had solved 2 days ago. All right? Yeah, it's brutal. Absolutely brutal. Yeah, okay, Naptown. Get the hell out of here, you loser. Let's see. Well, there's Wild Bill Wassman again. Thanks, Wild Bill. Jeez. I wouldn't get out, Jason. I can tell you. This is one of those days I just sit there. Okay, so Hunter, the witness told the jury that Hunter Metcalf was backing up his brother during the altercation. Like, what does that mean? You don't have anything in there, referring to Karmelo's bag. He said no one tried. Well, who said that, though? So Hunter said you don't have anything in your bag? I'm going to have to go back up here. Austin told Karmelo, you don't have anything in there. To which Karmelo replied, touch me and see, touch me then. The witness told the jury that Hunter Metcalf was backing his brother during the altercation with Karmelo, saying, "You don't have any..." That's an error in the writing. Karmelo didn't say you don't have anything in there. So this is... I mean, you don't have anything in there. You don't have anything in there. So we know up here that Austin said that. But then down here, it just kind of messed up. They have the wrong name in there. Oh, we don't know. You don't have anything in there. Referring to Karmelo's bag, he said no one tried to gang up on Karmelo. Yeah, maybe they both said it. I don't know. It just doesn't... It's hard to tell by that. You found out it was a shove met with a stab, Werski said to the witness. Yes, sir, the witness said. He testified that he saw Karmelo run down the bleachers and away from the scene after the stabbing. Were you angry with Karmelo? Werski asked. The witness replied that he was. That was my brother. That was my brother that got stabbed, the witness said. He explained that he saw Austin as family. Werski asked the witness if the case was about race or self-defense, and the witness replied no to both. The witness, like previous witnesses, told the jury that Austin did not want to fight. He said Austin only wanted to protect them. Whose fault was the stabbing? Werski asked. I don't know, the witness said. Why would you say that? Did Karmelo have any reason at all to stab Austin? Werski asked. No, sir. Well, then, how come you don't have the answer to the... You have all the... Oh, yes, it was murder, everybody. It was murder. But you can't say, like, whose fault was the stabbing? I don't know. But you can, that's what I'm saying. It's just... This is so dumb that they allow them to have those kind of opinions. That type. Did Karmelo have any reason at all to stab Austin? No, sir, the witness said. As someone who knows both Austin and Karmelo, in your mind, it's not self-defense. It was murder. As someone who knows both Austin and Karmelo, in your mind, it's not self-defense. It was murder? Agrees. Werski asked. The witness agreed. During cross-examination, the witness told the jury... Man, that's just so bizarre, man. I don't think there's any other state that would allow that. The witness told the jury that he had only discussed this situation with his parents and the police. He said he never talked about it with other teens. Hey, thanks Linda Howe, as in Linda Molden Howe of the Cattle Mutilations and Crop Circles. Hey, by the way, everybody put out some positive vibes out there for Notorious Nance. I was talking to her today. She's struggling a little bit out there with their treatments and everything. Feel bad for her. But put out the the positive vibes for our longtime freak, Notorious Nance. Why do you feel lucky tonight, Jason? I don't get it. Oh, you mean gifting a membership, yeah. Well, you have to click on Linda's thing and then make yourself available for being a member. Yeah, Lisa? Come on. Just report it and block them. I know what we do here. I'm not sure who you're talking to there. Maybe I need to get off of top chat. Well, that's nice of you, Lisa. Yeah. Like I think she was like on oxygen today when I was talking to her. It sucked. During cross-examination, the witness told the jury that he only discussed this situation with his parents and the police. And then he explained that he used to be close to Karmelo's girlfriend. But then, why would you be hanging out with Karmelo's girlfriend and you're a guy? I don't know. That part's just weird, too. Like, I don't understand this shit. Until the stabbing happened. When asked about his interaction with Karmelo at the track meet, the witness said Karmelo said something like, "You all are bad. You all are something," regarding Memorial's football team. And that was the comment that got everyone's attention. Oh, so he's just sitting there with his friend, and he goes, "You all are bad. You all." Well, who are you? I'm a nobody. Well, then if you're a nobody, get out of here. And then it just sort of led to this whole thing. So probably the "you all are bad" sitting under a competitor's tent is a form of incitement right there. Yeah, it's not good. Yeah, the only thing that helped him at all was that now he has a reason why he was under the tent. That's about it. Court resumes after lunch. Witness who spoke to Karmelo at track meet back on the stand. Right. So this guy's really important to the defense team. When the court resumed after their lunch break, shortly after 1 p.m., the witness who knew both Karmelo and Austin returned to the stand for cross-examination. Let's see what they got out of him. The defense showed the witness several photos of him and Karmelo making funny faces at a birthday party for Karmelo's girlfriend's mother. I'm just assuming that they're friends, So, they actually have photos together. Additional images show the witness playing basketball and roasting marshmallows with Karmelo. Another image was shown of Karmelo at the witness's grandmother birthday party, etc. We'll also put out positive vibes for Linda Howell too. She's right up there, but a lot of people are struggling a little bit out there, so. Like this channel. This channel, man. I don't know what's happening. Man, I could ask 100 times, "Hey, guys, if you could please help support the channel," and it just, nothing. It's almost like we're wanting it to disappear. I really don't know what's happening. Yeah. He probably thought being with his friend, I can just throw this out. I don't know. He was looking to do something. That's why he had the knife. When the court resumed after their lunch break, shortly after 1 p.m., the witness who knew both Karmelo and Austin returned to the stand for cross-examination. The defense showed the witness several photos of him and Karmelo making funny faces at a birthday party for Karmelo's girlfriend's mother. Yeah. Additional images show the witness playing basketball and roasting marshmallows with Karmelo. Another image was shown of Karmelo and the witness' grandmother's birthday party. So, I think this actually helps Metcalf more because this guy, you're trying to make him look like they're really good friends, and yet what he saw was so egregious that he dumped the friend. The state objected to the images being admitted into evidence because, according to the state, it had already been established that the witness and Karmelo knew each other. Hey, thanks, Wild Bill Wassman. Yet again, you guys. Where's everybody else? So right now tonight we have Cinnamon Sin Freak, Wild Bill Wassman, Kami, Cheryl Bullock, and Linda Howell. So we're saying that out of all the other 170 people, that nobody has. This is wild, man. Yeah, this is crazy. Looney Tunes. I gotta turn this off. All right. There we go. Hey, thanks, Joel Burnt. Man, just such a struggle. It's wild. We are currently at 1/6 of a nightly goal, and we are 1 hour and 20 minutes in. Let's see. This will be the last exhibit we admit, argued Shook. Okay, the state objected to the images being admitted into evidence because, according to the state, it had already been established that the witness and Karmelo knew each other. Yeah, I mean, I don't really understand why, what's the point of that? These will be the last exhibits we admit, argued Shook. You knew Karmelo a lot more than you're telling this jury, Shook told the witness. The witness explained that he and Karmelo only hung out around Karmelo's girlfriend's family. I did not know him personally, the witness said. He said it would not surprise him if Karmelo came to the memorial tent saying, "We're cool with each other." Let's see. I did not know him personally, the witness said. He said it would not surprise him if Karmelo came to the memorial tent saying, "We were cool with each other," whatever that means. Hey, thank you. 6 Kids UK. Hey, somebody new. Hey, thank you. Although you've been around a long time because you got the sheriff badge. You must have had a different name before. What was your name before? 6 Kids? Right. Another photo was shown of the witness sitting next to Karmelo at a track meet. Let's see. I got to go back up and figure out what the hell they're talking about here. You knew Karmelo a lot more than you're telling this jury. The witness explained that he and Karmelo, they only knew each other because of his girlfriend's family. I did not know him personally, the witness said. He said it would not surprise him if Karmelo came to the memorial tent saying, "We're cool with each other." I see. Like, it wouldn't have surprised him if he had said that. Another photo was shown of the witness sitting next to Karmelo at a track meet. I mean, I don't understand. Who cares how close they were? It actually hurts that the closer you make them, the worse it is for you, because why would you, you would think you would defend that person, right? Just realized oh man, I was only down to 10% on that thing. All right. The witness told the defense that every time Karmelo was at his house, he was never disrespectful to anyone. Okay. So after he insulted your team, you still stood and dapped him? I guess what is that again? Just some sort of weird hand signal? You've been away for years having babies, so you got 6 kids. What was your name before? 1 Kid? 1 Kids UK, now it's 6? Okay. That's good stuff. That's a lot of kids. Good for you. Yeah, I thought it was some sort of hand signal or something. Was that the word that they used yesterday? It seemed like it was a different one. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's different. Yesterday they said something else. It had a different spelling or something. Okay, that makes sense. I don't know why it has to have a name. Just call it fist bump, Yeah, it doesn't say it has to be fist bumps, though. I just saw a post on it. The witness told the defense that every night Karmelo was at his house, he was never disrespectful to anyone. So after he insulted your team, you still stood and dapped him? Shook asked, referring to the witness' interaction with Karmelo on April 2nd. The witness said he did not remember. I bet he didn't say that till he was seated, already seated there. I mean, because he was seated there for a while, and then somebody said, "Hey, get out of here." Did someone ask him what his name was? Shook asked. I don't remember, the witness said. Did you ever say anything to your team or to Karmelo? Shook asked. I don't remember, the witness said. You didn't think to step up and say, "Hey, I know this guy." Right. I mean, that sucks, Shook asked. The witness said he just, I can see how the dynamics would be. You're under your own team's tent, and then like your captain, Austin, the main guy, he's having a problem with your buddy. Now, you might not want to stick up and say, "Hey," but that just shows that guy's kind of weak. That's what weak people do. People that don't step up when they know something like that in situations or they know the truth or whatever, they don't say anything, they're the worst type of people. I can't stand it. Anyways, it says, he said the conversation with other teammates regarding who Karmelo was and why he was there was normal. The witness said he did not. Okay. You didn't think to step up and say, "Hey, I know this guy," Shook asked. The witness said he did not say that he knew Karmelo because he didn't feel like he needed to. What, really? I mean, they were like, "What are you doing here?" And if you said, "Oh, he's a friend of mine," they would have went, "Okay, yeah, go ahead." See, I don't understand that reply. That's so ludicrous. Oh, good for you, 6 Kids UK. Rational mind. That's what we do over here. Rational, reasonable thought. Say that right there. That guy's lame. Whoever this guy's name is, he's just not, he's not a person you want around. He said the conversation with the other teammates regarding who Karmelo was and why he was there was normal. Right, but why didn't you say, "Well, hey, he's here because of me"? I mean, had you said that, I mean, it might not have escalated. You see what I'm saying? Like, look, that kid, it's just stupid. The witness testified that although he said, "Oh, your team sucks," and then, they're probably going to ask him to leave regardless after saying that, and then, but I'm just saying there was a chance. The witness testified that at some point during their conversation, Karmelo called Austin the B word, and Austin called Karmelo a B back. Okay. The witness said after the B comment, Karmelo put his hand in his bag. All right. So Austin, let's see. Karmelo called him a bitch first. Then Karmelo called him a bitch back. See, it sounds like, it's a little heated conversation. Then the witness said after the bitch comment, Karmelo put his hand in his bag. So it's like, well, you can't call me one, so now I'm going to go into a threat posture. Do you remember saying to detectives that when Austin went to shove Karmelo, he kind of pushed you back? Shook asked. I don't remember saying that, the witness said. Do you remember telling officers that when Austin pushed Karmelo, you didn't see where he grabbed him? Shook asked. The witness said that it was correct. Austin pushed Karmelo. You didn't see where he grabbed it. Well, who? That's a push, not a grab. Shook asked the witness to demonstrate how he saw Austin shove Karmelo as he had with previous witnesses. The witness demonstrated and explained that it wasn't that hard. It was like a small shove. So that was a long one. But hey guys, if you're out there, if you could please help support the channel. We are currently at 1/5 of a nightly goal. Put together all this stuff all day for you guys, and you know, we've always kind of had this little thing over here where I do the shows, you guys support the channel, and then at the end of the month we try to donate thousands of dollars to different true crime related charities. And when we have nights like this, it makes it absolutely impossible. So if you guys could please help support the channel, I would appreciate it. And don't let that fall on deaf ears. We need to get the ball rolling here. We're so far behind. I don't know what you're saying, Blazer. Yeah. Alright, now we're on to another person. The state calls 16-year-old witness to the stand. The state called a 16-year-old witness to the stand. He told the jury that he is a linebacker and did track with Metcalf twins. His events were shot put and discus, so he's probably a pretty big guy. When asked about the day of the stabbing, hey, thanks, Karen. Appreciate it. When asked about the day of the stabbing, the witness said that prior to the incident, he and Metcalf twins were just talking, having a good time, and everything sort of happened. The witness said he turned around and saw his teammates telling this random guy to get out of our tent. He described Karmelo as stubborn and said he did not want to leave the tent. Like previous witnesses, the 16-year-old recalled hearing Karmelo say, "Touch me and see what happens," though he did not see the actual stabbing. The witness testified that Karmelo challenged Austin to a fist fight. Wow, I didn't know that. That's new. And Austin replied, "No, I'm not going to fight you at a track meet." That's interesting. That's new. He also recalled hearing Austin say, "He stabbed me, he stabbed me, he stabbed me," after the incident. There was a hole in his chest, the witness said. He said he went back to Austin, tried to help him, and saw coaches holding Hunter back. He described Austin looking blue and purple on the ground. The witness, like the previous witness, told the jury that Karmelo was the aggressor and that there was no reason for him to stab Austin. During cross-examination, Shook questioned the witness about an April 5th interview with law enforcement. The witness said he did not speak with detectives on the day of the stabbing because he didn't want to talk to anyone about the incident. The witness explained that he was sitting at the bottom of the bleachers listening to Creed on the day of the incident, eliciting a small laugh from the courtroom gallery. And that was all they had on that one. Thanks, Wild Bill Wassman, again. That doesn't make sense, Elena. You said, "I'm going to fight you at a track meet." Doesn't seem aggressive. Yeah, he said, "I'm not going to fight you at a track meet." That's what he said. "I'm not going to fight you at a track meet." That's not aggressive at all. He just said, "I'm not going to fight you at a track meet." I guess that implies that he would fight you somewhere else if you have to specify that he's not going to fight you at a track meet. But at the same time, it's not aggressive. He literally was saying, "I'm not going to fight you today at a track meet." And it was purely Carmelo Anthony who instigated the entire thing. You know, he's the one that made it the initial aggressive comments, etc. And then he backed it up. He reached in, and then he had a physical motion into his backpack to grab the weapon, which then solidifies that he was the initial aggressor, and then that means self-defense is not possible in that scenario on his side. It's gone unless he tried to retreat and then come back. And then if he came back, then he would get he would renew his stand your ground. So you can be the aggressor originally, and then you get the hey, Brandy, wow, thanks. Is that for the challenge of Lisa Valenzuela, or were you already doing that one? I guess it doesn't really matter either way, but thank you. And then there's Karen. Thank you. We got Brandy. Thank you. 777. The famous 777. It's okay. It's all right. Man, I wonder if somebody will challenge. That's such a crazy thing to me. That Texas, I said that. I mean, maybe Texas has a weird law that you're allowed to ask the witness, was it murder? Yes, it was. Man, that's bizarre, man. That's just because they even said, was it self-defense or murder? It was murder. See, that is, so it doesn't matter if it was murder or self-defense. Apparently, you're able to ask them what their opinion is, which is crazy. Man, I'm not going to agree with that. But it is what it is. That's Texas, so. All right. Let me get back to where was I? I was on number 6, right? The witness testified that Karmelo challenged Austin to a fist fight. And Austin replied, "No, I'm not going to fight you at a track meet." He recalled hearing Austin say, "He stabbed me, he stabbed me." The witness, like the previous witness, told the jury that Karmelo was the aggressor and that there was no reason for him to stab Austin. During cross-examination, Shook questioned the witness about an April 5th interview with law enforcement. The witness said that he did not speak with detectives on the day of the stabbing because he didn't want to talk to anyone about the incident. The witness explained that he was sitting at the bottom of the bleachers listening to Creed on the day of the incident, eliciting a small laugh. Okay. Yeah, that's hilarious. Let's see. Now we're on. So all the witnesses are done, all the students and everything. And I think everybody has a clear picture at this point that basically Karmelo Anthony had a reason to be under the tent. You'll absolutely have reasonable doubt on that element. Like somebody's going to say, yeah, I mean, he knew the guy that was in there. His girlfriend and this witness hung out together, and they're friends, and they dapped each other when he came, so they knew him. But then after that, Karmelo Anthony is basically the aggressor the entire time. He's the one that threw out the initial comments. Like they say, you need to go, oh, you're going to have to make me leave, etc. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. And then he reaches into his bag, which is also an element. It's not just words. You can't be considered a threat just based on words. There has to be a physical motion or, something that also indicates threat. Because people are allowed to say, you're dead, or all these different comments. But if it's combined with you're dead and then you're reaching into your pocket, then now there's reasonable belief. So he's reaching into the backpack, and maybe the shove, we'll never get to know, to the shoulder was sort of what's interesting is that if the crazy part about this case is if Metcalf had killed Carmelo Anthony, it would have absolutely been justified. That's why you know that, and it would be because he was reaching into his backpack, and later they would have found that he had a knife that he was pulling out, and it would have proven that his fear was correct. And so he would have won. Like if Metcalf had killed Carmelo Anthony, he would have absolutely won in court that it was self-defense. That's how you know that Carmelo Anthony didn't have the ability to do that. Because think about it from Metcalf's point of view. You know, here you got this guy under the tent. You're like, who are you? I'm a nobody. Well, if you're a nobody, you should leave. And then he's like, I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. You're going to have to move me. And then it just goes on and on and on. And then eventually, he's reaching into the bag to grab something. And yeah. Why do you always keep tagging me, Elena? It's frustrating. I don't even, like your comments and everything, they're just so all over the place. Let's see. What do we got here? Yeah, I don't see him in here say he put hands on me. I don't see that in here. Where is that? You're typing stuff in that isn't in the comments that we have. It sounds like, though, Carmelo said, like, he made, like, a lot of statements that weren't true, like when he initially was asked. Hey, we got a challenge by Karen. She said she'll do a 5 for 5er. So she'll do 5 on her own. Hey, by the way, did I put in the comments, did I give 5 memberships last night? I remember having a challenge and it was taking so long. I don't remember if we ever got to the challenge completed. But did I do the 5 memberships? I don't remember. Does anybody remember at the end of the show? Yeah, it was kind of... Okay. All right, so how about this? You get this challenge in here, then I'll do 5 also because of the one I missed last night. Yeah, because I woke up this morning going, I don't think I did that. Because it took so long. Remember how it's every time I do a challenge, it takes like, an hour. So then the call came in, and it took up the whole rest of the show, so I didn't even remember it. Well, you guys, you got 4 more to go up there, and then I'll donate 5 myself. 2, along with Karen. Mm-hmm. I know what they're at, Blazer. You don't need to fill me in there. I know it's like a city track meet. Yeah, I got it. Yeah. I don't know why you keep typing that in as if we're all confused. Yeah. I even at the beginning of the show I said, "Oh yeah, that's right. He's over at this school, and they're all at this event over here." All right, guys, we got a challenge up there by Karen. It's a 5 for 5er. If we get 5 people to donate 1 channel membership or 1 $5 super chat, then Karen will donate 5 all by herself, and then I'll also donate the 5. All right? How's that sound? It only works if people are actually doing the other 4, though. You know what I mean? Like, just staring at the screen doesn't do anything. So we need the other 4. What are you talking about? Yeah, I did give away a notebook. Yeah, I did. I wasn't confused about the notebook part, as I said. I was wondering if I did the 5. Oh boy, here we go again. This is just, it's so difficult. I don't know who got, no, the person who won the notebook wasn't Wild Bill last night. It was somebody that only, there was like, they did one super chat and won it. And I don't remember who it was, but I said it on the show. You can go watch it. Yeah, there's Brandy J. That's 2 of them. So we just need 2 more. Thanks, Brandy J. Hey, yeah, no problem. I covered it last night, too. So after we read all this, what we'll do is we'll go back over that same document again, and then you'll see how this doesn't work very well for Karmelo Anthony. And you know what's funny? I was watching a channel today, and they were interviewing some individuals, some black people, some not, and they were like, hey, if it turns out that Karmelo was the aggressor and you didn't know all those things, would you change your opinion? Hell no, man. He's one of ours. I'd defend him. And it's like, see, that's where the problem is, you guys. That's justice is not blind in that case. It's just ridiculous. So it's really just comes down to, this has nothing to do with race whatsoever in this case. Nothing. There's absolutely 0 to do with race, other than the people following it have turned it into that because it benefits them. You know, it's fun for them. Yeah, I think it was it Karen that won last night? Yeah, so we need 2 more, you guys. Any chance you guys could do that without waiting for hours? You know, then I'll donate my 5, and then we'll just see where we got to keep on trucking. This is the medical examiner. The prosecution called Dr. Elizabeth Ventura, Collins County Chief Medical Examiner, to the stand. Judge John Roach warned spectators in the gallery to exit if they wanted to, due to the content of the upcoming testimony. Austin Metcalf, mother, Megan, was seen leaving the courtroom. Prosecutor Bill Werski signaled to the rest of the family to leave as well. Austin's friends, who are present in the courtroom today, chose to stay. Hey, look at that. Lisa Belson. All right. Well, I guess I'm going to have to... I forgot to give the 5 memberships out last night, so I'm going to do that. Oh, wait, that's not what I was going to... All right. So I had to do these from last night, and then we got that, and then we've also got Karen in there. All right, there you go. So a lot of new freaks out there. Hey, thanks, Lisa Belson. Very cool. All right, what did Elena say up there on the next one? She said, Gray, I think I'm not going to fight you at a track meet. That's what I said, yeah. And Anthony telling officers, he put his hands on me and not they. You know, not they put, I don't know why they has anything to do with anything. You know, he put his hands on me and not they. Why does there need to be a they put his hands on me? That's not relevant. Yeah. I don't get it. Oh well. Yeah, well, we're still, right now we're only about 60% of a goal tonight, right? So we need another total of probably 20 memberships to get to the goal, which is a hell of a lot closer than we were a little bit ago, but we're still not there. Let's see. So they wanted people to get out of the courtroom if they couldn't handle it. Ventura, who is a medical doctor, explained that her duties included performing autopsies and determining the cause of death. She testified that her office got involved in the case because there was a suspected homicide. Ventura described Austin as seemingly healthy. Oh yeah, that's the comment. What do you mean describe Ventura? Because the noted that Austin's body. Ventura described Austin as being seemingly healthy, saying he's 6'1", weighed 213 pounds. She began describing the autopsy, saying that when conducting an external exam, she noted that Austin's body was in a hospital gown and that his hands and feet were bagged. And thanks, Alley Cat, up there. Appreciate it. That must have been shitty for the parents to see something like that. Jeez. She testified that she also found a stab wound on his chest. She said the wound perforated both the chest bone and the sac that surrounds the heart, the pericardium, and penetrated the right ventricle of the heart. Because the knife wound was through the heart, Ventura told the jury that she removed the heart and studied it. She noted that the wound was oval-shaped and 2 inches in length, describing it as gaping. Ventura told the jury that knives can make 2 types of wounds: wounds shaped like slits and wounds shaped like ovals. I think the oval ones are the ovals. Sometimes there's one side that has a blade on it. And the slit is both sides maybe have, or a slit would be either sliced, like cut with the blade, or maybe it's a 2-sided blade, I guess. Ventura told the jury that knives can make 2 types of wounds: wounds shaped like slits and wounds shaped like ovals. Austin's wound shaped like an oval. She said the path of the wound went through the cartilage of the sternum, penetrated the heart in the right ventricle, and completely went through the heart wall. Several autopsy photos, stated exhibits 80 through 83, were admitted into evidence. The defense objected to exhibits 82 and 83, but Judge Roach overruled the objections. Exhibit 80 showed a stab wound to Austin's chest. Ventura testified that the kind of wound to Austin's chest was not survivable. According to NBC5, Maria Guerrero, who is inside the Collin County Courthouse, several jurors appeared to have emotional reactions to the autopsy photos. Werski showed Ventura a replica blade of the one used in the stabbing and asked if that knife was capable of making the wound on Austin. Ventura said it was. She said the official cause of death was ruled a homicide. On cross-examination, Ventura explained that the penetration depth of the knife was about 2.5 inches. The total length of the knife was about 3.5 inches. The defense briefly questioned Ventura about whether it was possible for Austin to have impaled himself on Karmelo's knife when he pushed Karmelo. On redirect, Ventura explained that this impaling scenario is 1 in 1,000. In that, she's saying, it'd be 1 in 1,000. And that because the depth of the wound is shorter than its length, it is unlikely. Yep. Yeah, we know, Blazer. Yeah. Come on, Blazer, what are you doing in here tonight? You just keep repeating stuff everybody knows. Nobody's questioning those things. Yeah, it was raining. Karmelo went under the tent. He had a friend that was actually in that tent. So the whole thing about, everybody's like, what the hell is he doing there, man? He went there to provoke. Well, we don't know that now because, I think what's weird to me is the friend, he was just really irresponsible, to be honest. That guy, when they said, what are you doing here or something? He could have said, oh, he's just visiting me. And then that would have probably, it calmed it down drastically, I would imagine. But then Karmelo starts talking about, you guys suck, and then goes into this, well, hey, you got to get out of here. What are you doing here? Or I'm a nobody. And then he said, well, nobody should leave. And then he's like, well, you can make me leave. And then he just kept going on and on and on and on. So, there was no aggression in terms of causing physical harm other than Karmelo provoking it, and then he, by putting his hand in his backpack, indicating especially when he threatened them, that he would do something. And so he is the only person that is reasonable to believe that is the initial aggressor. That's it. And he did not rehabilitate his ground because he never left. He never tried to go, well, I'll leave now. And then all of a sudden at that point, let's say Metcalf grabbed him, and then all of a sudden, boom, now his stand to ground is back on his side. That's not what happened at all. So he doesn't have anything. And then, even if you decide that, well, he was the aggressor, Metcalf was, well, then you're going to have to say, well, your force was not equal to the threat. You went way overboard. So he's still in trouble. He has no outs, really, at this point. Okay? Now, I know there's people out there, you want to picture a story in your head and come up with something. But you got to go with the facts. And there it is. Hey, Lisa Belson said, anyone interested in a 5 for 5 challenge? Come on, you guys, help me out. You can do it. I'm interested in it. Right now we're at about 60% of the... I actually added my 5 in there. That doesn't count. So we're at 32 memberships. That's 160 and then 46. So we're at 200 and bucks. So that's how far we're still 100 away. So that challenge right there would help. It would get us we're on the finish line. We're getting there, Is anybody going to do it? Yeah, we're trying to get to 20 memberships total. Hey, look, there's Wild Bill Wassman again. Hey, thanks, Wild Bill. Have you ever used one of those urchins? Those little urchin-looking lures with the... It seems like that all of a sudden, I've been watching those for a while, but they become really big in the last month. People are talking about them. I think it's because they're cheaper now and people are making them. Hey, there's Lisa Valenzuela. Thank you. Very cool. All right, so I'm going to move on to the next one now. Oh, yeah, the state rested right then, you guys. I mean, that's amazing. They must think, man, we covered everything. After jurors saw photos from Austin Metcalf's autopsy following the stabbing of Frisco track meet in April, the state rested their case. The defense moved for a directed verdict. Man, what a stupid thing to... That's just standard, though. arguing the state failed to present sufficient evidence. Bullshit. Worski said the state had provided every element. Judge Roach denied the motion. And they did. The state did provide every element. All right. Yeah, so then, that's right. The defense called its first witness today, too. So now we get to sort of start seeing what they're going to try to sell, you know. All right, so what do we got? We got 1, 2, 3. We need 2 more, you guys, for Lisa Belson's challenge up there. Oh, we were working on the prototype now. So you're making those too? You're going to do those? You going to send me a couple of those? Let me be one of your, like, let's see if it works, you know? Yeah, I think if you can get those tentacles a little longer and have them just sort of really swang around, you know? Hey, thanks, Karen, and thank you to Brandy. Just trying to need 1 more of those, I guess. You do? You like my narrating? Elena doesn't like my narrating. Okay, here we go. Court resumes. Defense calls first witness Centennial High School track coach. When trial resumed shortly after 3 p.m., the defense called their first witness, Adam Linwood. He is the football and track coach at Centennial High School. Linwood told the jury that he has worked at Centennial for 8 years. He was an assistant track coach before being hired as the head track coach. He also coaches running backs on the football team. Defense attorney Mike Howard asked Linwood to describe track culture. Linwood said it was a player-led sport and described it as organized chaos. Are you aware of a policy at the time of players not being allowed to or expected not to go into other teams' areas? Howard asked regarding tent culture at track meets. Linwood said he was not. Right. I mean, okay. I think that they're just trying to overprove something. We already know it doesn't matter anymore because he went to visit the friend over there. It doesn't matter, you know, any of that stuff. But I guess what they're trying to say is, then why were they didn't want him there? It's probably one of those unwritten things. I mean, who the hell would do that, right? You're underneath your competitor's tent. You know, if you had a friend, sure, but, you know, they were probably like, what the hell are you doing here? So they're trying to say, like, there was no reason he couldn't be there. They shouldn't have asked him to leave. He had all the right in the world to be there. And, you know, technically he does have a right to be there because it's not like, I mean, that's just the reality. But, oh, is it? Okay. Yeah, it seems like it is kind of... All right, guys, we need 1 more gifted membership up there to reach Lisa Belson's challenge that she did. Anybody able to do that one? I don't know what you're talking about, Blazer. Well, why don't you send me an email then? Tell me who you are. Never heard of you. Come on, send it in. Send me an email. I won't reveal it on the air, but send me an email. We don't sound like that? I don't know what that means. Somebody. We need the 5th one, you guys. Now, this is what I hate, this part right here, where I have to keep shepherding just to try to get moving things along. You know, you guys see it up there. We need one more, and then we'll get to the challenge, all right? Hey, thanks, Deborah. Yeah. Let's see. Are you aware of a policy at that time of players not being allowed or expected? Hey, thanks so much there, Cheryl Ann. And there's Brandy again. Thank you. All right. Thanks, guys. Man, Jesus. It's like pulling teeth sometimes. And the thing is, if you're just watching my channel, we've donated $297,000 since January of 2020. And just recently, we had one of our DNA cases solved up in Seattle from 2022, where there was an unidentified man found dead inside of a tent, and they didn't know who he was, and we've given that person their name back and law enforcement something to look at. Okay? So there you go. And that's what we do here on this channel. We've given over $115,000 to the DNA fund. And we also have a scholarship fund for the fallen freaks, any freaks that pass away, etc. We have a scholarship fund that is in their honor, and it's for students in the criminal justice world. We've already given out, well, we're in the process of another 6,000 in the first 24,000 that we've given out, and now we're on to the next 6,000, building it up. But we've already given out 18,000, and right now they're applying for the other 6. Thanks, Lisa Belson. Very cool. All right, so we're different than the other true crime channels who just sit there and people blast away super chats because they are sensationalistic, etc. We just put out the facts, talk about stuff, and the people watching used to, at least, and generally, sometimes we get lucky on nights where we get people support the channel, and we are able to, because right now it's hard to get ad revenue at all because my channel is sort of like being I'm not really sure what the term is, shadow banned or whatever the hell it is. It's difficult. It is a team effort. That's right. I mean, people did your challenge. It's just used to be, remember the challenges? People, or even back in the day, like, bam, it would take 10 seconds. Or especially like on donation night where, man, donation night used to start off fast and get slow later. Now it's like hours and hours struggling, and then maybe we get somewhere, and it's just luck. Yeah, so anyways, let's just do this part here. It says, are you aware of a policy at the time of players not being allowed or expected not to go into other teams' areas? However, Howard asked regarding tent culture at track meets. Linwood said he was not. He said he had seen students go into other teams' tents before because track meets are social and students are also there to make friends. He said students would mingle in the downtime between events. Yeah. Okay, so they're trying to make it seem like it was unreasonable to ask him to leave. Linwood testified, and you know what? See, that's where that guy's a problem. That's why the friend that knew Karmelo is a problem. Why didn't he say something? Because then it would have been like the scenario here. Oh, he's just he's meeting, talking to friends, Linwood testified that going into another team's tent is not something that students would be kicked out for, and that he was not aware that other schools had a policy about going into other teams' tents. He explained that since the stabbing, Centennial's policy has changed, and students must now stay with their teams. A picture was shown in court showing Karmelo Anthony as a co-captain of the football team in 2024. Linwood explained that when showing Karmelo as a co-captain of the football team in 2020. Linwood explained that when Karmelo suffered a shoulder injury during the season and had his arm in a sling, he still showed up to practices and games. Okay. Wait, hold on a second. What, I guess that okay, so, yeah, of course, I mean, they're bringing on the Centennial coach, you know. They're bringing on the Centennial coach. That's hilarious. I don't need the venue explained. I don't need it explained, Blazer. I already know it. Yeah, I already got it. Yeah, we already know it. Yeah, so over here, this is Centennial coach where Karmelo Anthony went. This is the place where the sort of the city event was going on. And then over here is where Anthony Metcalf went. Yeah, so there was multiple schools at this event here. Oh boy. Oh jeez. What's going on in there? Yeah, so what are we at now? We are 7 channel memberships short of reaching the goal. Maybe, I think, well, actually 8 if you round it up. So we're 8 channel memberships short of the goal tonight. Let's see if we can somehow get that through the rest of the show. That'd be good. My 5 don't count. That's just robbing Peter to pay Paul. That seems ludicrous that they, I mean, of course, they bring up his coach to say that. Are you aware of the, and then it says, Linwood testified that going into another team's tent is not some, what the heck? Well, thank you, Lisa Belson again. Oh, that's amazing. Well, there you go. See, I just get lucky every single night. Or not every night, but, you know, the nights we make the goal, you know. All right, we got that one. And then what was the... And then, yeah, I got them all. Okay, cool. Awesome. Thank you. Very cool, very cool. Very kind, very kind. Lisa Valenzuela said she loves the name Lisa. Yeah, we reached it. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. And, you know, thanks to Lisa Belson there for, and, you know, I got to give thanks to Wild Bill Lossman, yeah, keeping something going on at the beginning for the first hour and a half. He explained that since the stabbing, Centennial policy has changed and students must now stay with their teams. Okay. Wow. It's not something that students would be kicked out of. And so now they've changed their policy. And right, but that's the reason for it, right? A picture was shown in court showing Karmelo Anthony as co-captain of the football team. In 2024, Linwood explained that when Karmelo suffered a shoulder injury during the season and had his arm in a sling, he still showed up to practice and games. Howard asked Linwood about the day of the stabbing, specifically regarding Centennial's tent. Linwood said they did not take many kids to the meet, so they didn't have the manpower to put up those tents. Linwood said Karmelo's events were early enough in the morning that it made sense for him to be at the meet. Howard asked Linwood about the day of the stabbing, specifically regarding Centennial's tent. Linwood said they did not take that many kids to the meet, so they didn't have the manpower to put up both tents. Linwood said Karmelo's events were early enough in the morning that it made sense for him to be at the meet. On cross-examination, prosecutor Bill Werski asked Linwood why Centennial did not have a tent at the meet on April 2nd, 2025. Linwood said they did, but that it was on the bus behind them. He said the bus did not get there in time to put up the tent. It was the bus behind you, and it was that late? I mean, it was right behind you, and oh, well, it's too late now. Linwood testified that he was outside the stadium at the time of the murder, and acknowledged that there was a no weapons policy at track meets. Linwood agreed that there was a zero tolerance policy regarding weapons. Right, okay, well, your guy had one. I assume it was shocking to know that one of your athletes stabbed someone in the chest. Yes, sir, Linwood said. Yeah, I think that's kind of where it ended today. Let me see if there was anything added. Well, maybe there's more. Hold on. Let me see. No. High school student, and then state begins cross-examination. Oh, wait, there must be more then. Okay, there was more after that. That's crazy. Okay, hold on. Oh, yeah, now we got more now. Jeez, it kept going on and on and on. Okay, let me take a minute or so to save some of these out. All right, just so we have them. I like to keep everything in order. All right, so wait on a sec. So when I saved these earlier, they were... I thought it was over already, but I guess they kept going. That's crazy. Sweet. I'm glad. Now we got more stuff. So we had that one, and then this one. Oh, that's a... Oh, man. That one's a long one. I'm going to have to try to make this into 2 parts. Alright. And that ended with, with disrespected. Do you recall? Alright, disrespected, and then yes, sir. God, Jesus, it just keeps going and going. I'm not sure how to... Well, let's see. Howard then... Disrespected. I'm just trying to get these... Okay, there it is. Let me grab some of that. And yes, sir. Witness confirmed. Alright, so this one needs to go with that last one at the bottom. And this is a big one here. This keeps going. Look at that thing. Continue. Yes, sir. Something continues. Where the hell is that? Is that confirmed? Oh, it's confirmed. Yes, sir. Witness confirms. Okay. So then there's a little bit more down here. Now, this is huge. This comparatively. See that? Look at it. This is like just one of these segments here. That's massive. Look at that. So, I guess I'm going to have to not, chat around for a while. All right, we got that. Yeah, they showed the body camera, yeah. Okay, and then there was a brief break, and then another... Okay, so there's just one more here. So I think this is it. Man, it was a full day. Usually the weekend they kind of make it shorter, but they didn't do it here. Oh, it's 12, so we need 10, 11, 12. All right, so here we go. We're going to switch over now to those. Interesting. So recessed till Monday, so we should be good now. Sorry for the... I can't see the comments sometimes on the screen. All right, there we go. Blazer, Sandy, he's a kid. I don't think he's a bad person. I think he made a huge, horrible decision. I think he is a bad person. Yeah, I think he's he went there to cause problems. Bad people, that's what they do. Like the trolls, they're just shitty people. That's just the truth. Yeah, it's hard to deny that, right? Oh, we got techno in here again? Jeez. See what I'm talking about, techno? That's what you are, man. You're not good. You're not a good person. You're always in here trolling around, acting like a jackass, and when people call you out on it, you get upset about it. You're an embarrassment. Do something with your life. Do something better, All right, here we go. Defense calls 18-year-old Centennial High School graduate to the stand. The defense called a former student at Centennial High School to the stand. He told the jury that he will be attending Collin College to earn a degree in business. Yeah, well, how do you know he's a good person, Blazer? Because you want him to be? I mean, you don't know he's a good person. You're just saying that he is. You said you think, so you can't really disagree. You just have to say, I don't know. That's it. Let's see. The defense called a former student at Centennial High School to the stand. He told the jury that he will be attending Collin College to earn a degree in business. The witness testified that he has lived in Frisco since kindergarten and that he too has a twin brother. He said he knew Karmelo Anthony, called him Melo, just like the NBA player. That's why he was named Karmelo. They had the last name Anthony, and they went, let's name our kid Karmelo, with a K though, so he's different. And even considered him a friend. The witness said they ran track and played football together, then went on to explain the culture difference between the two sports. In track, you can walk around. The defense is trying to establish that track is super chill, where you're hanging around a lot and spending time under other friends' tents. I don't agree with that. On cross-examination, prosecutor Bill Werski brings up the witness's twin brother. I assume you love him, Werski added. The witness shakes his head. The witness said he had previously gone under Memorial High School's tent with Karmelo. The witness said he had previously gone under Memorial High School's tent with Karmelo. You seem laid back. If someone asked you to leave, would you? Werski asked. Yes, sir, the witness asked. Ever carry a knife to a track meet? Werski asked. No, sir, the witness asked. The witness said he had previously gone under the Memorial. This is a different person? The Memorial tent with Karmelo. Okay. No, okay. So that was just worded poorly. He went under the same tent that Karmelo was under. That's what he was saying. Not that he went under the tent with Karmelo like they walked in hand. All right. Hey, Blazer. Blazer, you're not selling anything that you're saying to anybody. Do you understand that? Nothing you're saying is like, wow, that's really good thought. Ah, jeez. Whatever, dude. Let's see. The witness said he had previously gone under Memorial High School tent with Karmelo. You seem laid back. If someone asked you to leave, would you? Yes, sir, the witness answers. Ever carry a knife to track meet? Nope. All right, now we got this really long one here. That was 10. Number 11. Here we go. This thing is like, it's huge. Good people don't run around with a knife waiting to stab someone in the... Right. I mean, this guy... Just think about it for a minute. Yeah, sure. Okay, there's a reason why now you can claim that he was underneath the tent, because a friend of his was under the tent. All right? The friend, though, didn't say anything when people said, hey, what are you doing here? Which is lame. The friend, sort of not intentionally, but is almost the reason this whole thing happened. Had the friend said, oh, he's with me, he's just hanging out for a couple minutes, everything would have been cool, squashed, etc. But it wasn't. He didn't say anything. So then Karmelo is like, they said, who are you? I'm a nobody. Well, a nobody shouldn't be here. And then he's like, well, make me, move me, try to move me, try to move me. And then Karmelo turns into the aggressor the whole time. And he's aware that he has his knife. He wants somebody to put enough pressure on him so that he gets to stab them and claim self-defense. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to continually provoke. He's got the knife and he's ready to go. That's not what a good person does. He's a pile of shit is what he is, okay? I don't give a shit what his grades are. I don't give anything. He is not a good person. To claim that is just really ignorant. It's just like, whew, it's wild. Anyways, the defense called a 17-year-old Memorial High School student to the stand after taking SATs this morning. The witness apparently ignored the defense's calls. Defense attorney Mike Howard asked, you were interviewed by police department. And by the way, he also used way more force than was used against him. And then they say, well, he was intimidating. Well, I mean, what made you think you needed to kill the person because he slightly shoved your shoulder? Yeah, I don't know. Defense attorney Mike Howard asked, you were interviewed by police department folk after the track meet incident. Yes, sir, the witness asked. So this is defense asking these questions. You saw Karmelo walk up to the tent, Howard asked. Yes, sir, the witness answered. Eddie, it was clear to you Eddie knew Karmelo. Okay, so Eddie's the guy. Howard asked. Yes, sir, the witness answered. They greeted each other, shook hands, and talked. Howard asked. Yes, sir. No, they didn't. They didn't shake hands. What did they do? Elena? They dapped each other. They greeted each other and shook hands and talked, Howard asked. Yes, sir, the witness answered. Ah, jeez. What defines evil and bad, everybody? Let's get into a philosophical conversation. Well, I think somebody's bad when they have a knife ready to go and immediately stab somebody in the heart and then wanted to know, hey, I can get away with this, right? Is it self-defense? Yeah, it's not, I haven't found anything that takes him out of being the initial aggressor. And so this is a murder. I think I could see them going with second degree, though, and not giving him first degree. I can see that. But I guess it depends on, what the instructions are later, what they say in there. I guess Elena took off. She's always seems like she's needling me all the time. I don't know what it is. It's there's just some people that feels like that. What does a SAT test have to do with anything? You just show up and type the word SAT test in? That's the only comment you've made that I've seen. Is it way up there? Yeah, I'm on live chat too. Yeah, I think so too. I think it's very possible that he wanted to do what he's doing. Now, I don't know if he has any affiliations out there with any, gangs or whatever. It just seems so strange what he did. Like he had his hand in the backpack kind of early, like he knew, okay, yeah, do something, just say something. Come on, just try to do it. Touch me, do something. Because he wanted to stab. Right, knife was open, etc. Let's see. Yes, sir, the witness answered. They greeted each other, shook hands, and talked, Howard asked. Yes, sir, the witness answered. He told police that Eddie called him over to the tent. Howard asked. Yes, sir, the witness answered. So, Eddie called Karmelo over to the tent? Hold on, let me go back. You saw Karmelo walk to the tent? Yes, sir. It was clear to you Eddie knew Karmelo? Howard asked. Yes, sir, the witness answered. They greeted each other and shook hands and talked, Howard asked. Yes, sir, the witness answered. He told police, now who's he, though? He told police that Eddie called him over to the tent. Yes, sir, the witness answered. You estimated for like 5 minutes, Howard asked. Yes, sir, the witness answered. The witness said he was below Eddie in the bleachers at the track meet. Do you recall the first person to say something to Karmelo? Howard answered. I don't know. Howard, do you recall the first person to say something to Karmelo? Howard asked. The witness said, Hunter Metcalf said something first. Right. Like, take off. This is different than what another witness had said. They typed that in there as an aside. Hunter was 2 rows below. Wait, Hunter? Yeah, now I'm confused. Okay, why do I have Anthony? What the hell? What is Metcalf's first name? I have the wrong thing over here. What is the victim's first name? I just want to make. I know there's Hunter and Austin, but I think it's Austin, right? I'm pretty sure. I think it's. Hold on, I don't have that one. Yeah, it's Austin. That's what I thought. Yeah. Okay. I'm not sure I have that in there. So Hunter is the twin brother. All right. The witness said Hunter Metcalf said something first. Huh, that's interesting. That's different. Hunter was 2 rows below and to the right of the witness, according to him. Hunter is a big guy, Howard asked. Hunter's a big guy, Howard asked. You can say, the witness answers. The witness goes on to say Austin was a little bit bigger than his brother, Hunter, at the time of the stabbing. Do you recall Karmelo saying, I'm Mello, who are you? Howard asked. No, sir, the witness answered. Howard then asked the witness to confirm that he told police that Hunter didn't tolerate being disrespected. But hey, guys, don't forget to help support the channel still. We got these massive lulls going on. We got to try to still catch up for the 3 days we didn't make it. Yes, sir, the witness answered. The witness then explains that Hunter started telling Karmelo to leave with a moderate tone. The witness then explains that Hunter started telling Karmelo to leave. That should be a comma or something in here. With a moderate tone, and increased as the conversation continued. Howard then asked the witness to confirm that he told police that Karmelo said, "Nobody's got a problem with me being here but you." Nobody's got a problem with me being here but you. So that's something we hadn't heard yet. That's what Karmelo said. Well, that's what this person's claiming. Yes, sir, the witness said. According to the witness, Austin was sitting around 5 rows down at the time. Was it more than just Hunter and Austin saying something? Howard asked. I would say it was just them, the witness answered. At some point, Austin stands up, Howard implies. At some point, Austin stands up, Howard implies. Yes, the witness confirmed. And then at some point, Hunter stands up. So Austin and Hunter both stand up, Howard implies. Late in the event, the witness said. Hunter started with a moderate tone, then got more aggressive, loud, Howard asked. Like, that's the question. Hunter started with a moderate tone, then got more aggressive, loud? A little more aggressive, the witness said. Howard asked about Austin's tone when he started talking. The witness described it as moderate. Do you recall telling police you heard Austin saying, "You need to move or I'll beat your ass," Howard asked. See, and that's sort of like, that's sort of what we thought maybe was said yesterday based on his, touch me and see what happens, it's all over the place now, right? I don't recall saying that. It wasn't an exact quote like what was asked, the witness answered. When Austin stood up, that's when you said you saw Karmelo reach into his bag. Yes, sir. So that means, see, that's what they're trying to establish, that it wasn't like he had his hand in the bag like the whole time. He only did it when they stood up, and that they're trying to make you think that, okay, when he saw the confrontation about to happen, and he felt the fear because these guys are so big and everything, that's when he put his hand on, put his hand inside the backpack. That's what he's going to try to go with. Are you guys even still here watching? No, let's see. When Austin stood up, that's when you said you saw Karmelo reach into his bag? Yes, sir, the witness said. You understood that as a warning, back off, I've got something. Yes, sir, the witness said. Austin calls this bluff, saying, I know you don't have anything in that bag, Howard said. Yes, sir, the witness confirms. The back and forth between Austin and Karmelo continue with, because you're in Frisco, with Karmelo reported replying, I wouldn't say that. In a way that indicated he's serious. Let's see. The back and forth between Austin and Karmelo continues with, because you're in Frisco, with Karmelo reportedly saying, I wouldn't say that. Austin calls his bluff, saying, I don't know, you don't have anything in that bag. I know you don't have anything in that bag, Howard said. And then the back and forth between Austin and Karmelo continue with, because you're in Frisco. I don't know how that fits in there. With Karmelo reportedly replying, I wouldn't say that, in a way that indicated he's serious. I don't know what the hell that even means. The defense asked the witness to confirm that in order for Austin to make his way towards Karmelo, he has to come up 5 bleacher rows. Hey, thanks, Wild Bill Wassman. Very cool. Let's see. The defense asked the witness to confirm that in order for Austin to make his way towards Karmelo, he had to come up 5 bleacher rows. Yes, sir. The defense asked the witness to confirm. That sort of, See, now you can see, like, the jury going, let's see. So Austin got out of his seat and walked up 5 rows, this big guy heading towards Karmelo. Was it reasonable now for Karmelo to fear? So they're building that angle in here, you see. I'm just trying to tell you how it's, might turn out to be for the jury. They're going to try to make it seem like, but I guess, here's the thing. Oh yeah, so they're doing the timing of it is when he's the initial aggressor, but then he put the hand in his backpack after Austin came up and was standing there. That's what this guy's saying. I don't know if that changes anything, because you're still the initial aggressor and you never backed off. Okay, so that means you're still the one that started the aggressive talk, and then you never backed off. So even if Austin went up to sort of confront you, like, hey, what's going on? You should have then taken off, but you didn't. Because you're the initial aggressor. You could have reestablished stand your ground had you said you're going to leave, and then they kept you there. Yeah, so, man, that's pretty wild. Let's see. Howard then asked, do you remember Karmelo saying something like, as long as you don't touch me, we're cool? That's not what he said. Every other witness had something else. He said, touch me and see what happens. I mean, man, what a different, Yes, sir, the witness confirms. The defense asked the witness to confirm that before Austin's final move towards Karmelo, he's 2 rows below, and he went up 1 row. Yes, sir, the witness confirmed. Howard then asked, do you remember Karmelo saying something like, as long as you don't touch me, we're cool? There's no way in hell he said that. Nobody would say that. Hey, get out of here. Well, as long as you don't touch me, we're cool, dude. Something like that, the witness answers. You see Austin tap Karmelo's shoulder, Howard asked. You see Austin tap Karmelo's shoulder? Howard asked. Yes, sir, the witness said. Tap. Okay, well, now, thanks for making it lower. Just a tap on the shoulder. Hey, what's going on? Yes, sir, the witness said. The witness then says he remembers something like, okay, you touch me, but as long as you don't punch me, we're cool. Yeah, I remember that one. Okay, you touch me. Oh, so the tap on the shoulder is the touch. But as long as you don't punch me, we're cool. Howard then asked the witness, in that split second that Karmelo takes his hand out of his bag, and of course then it was a tragic, awful thing that happened. Yes, sir, the witness answered. What kind of a witness is this? Sounds like a dipshit. Yes, sir, every freaking, no comments or nothing. The defense passes on the witness. When did the prosecution take over? Or was that what they meant this type? The prosecution. Yes, I think this was, they meant to say the prosecution passes on the witness. All right, isn't Howard the defense? Hold on, now I got to go up here again. Yeah, Mike Howard, defense attorney. Yeah, so this should be the prosecution passes on the witness. So tap the shoulder was just meaning that was the touch. And then I thought there was a push. I mean, he made it less bad. All right, and then we got number 12 here. On cross-examination, prosecutor Bill... Well, here's the thing, everybody. We've been covering this for 2 days now, and we went over all the... We'll do it again at the end. You know, it's not as like when people just say, oh, it's this because they want to say it. It's not as clear-cut all the time. Because there's laws that Texas put into place that are really specific. And so while something seems to be like, you know, almost like logically this is what this is, it doesn't necessarily mean that what you're thinking is correct because of their laws, right? I guess just like I was thinking earlier, I think it's ludicrous that the witnesses are asked, do you think this is murder? Yes, I do. I mean, that's just, that's almost unbelievable. I'm not sure how that's even constitutionally, like, legit. I mean, that is wild. I think most of you understand what the hell I'm saying. I think that is, I guess it's a law there in Texas, but my God, you got to be kidding me. I mean, that's just like you're letting, you're almost pretending that each witness is an expert in criminal justice and then get to say what they think like that. They should just be there to say what happened, and that's it, like, I don't know. Well, thanks, Patriotic Revolution. Gray covers all the cases I'm interested in learning about. Well, there we go. Look at that. We got a positive comment today. I don't think other people are as concerned with that. I think it's ludicrous. Okay, like literally one of the weirdest things I've ever seen. I mean, just transfer that to any of the other cases that you've followed and see what was said there. Whew, wow. That is insane. Okay? Insanity. It's called... Yeah, we know what it's called, Stephen. You're so late to the game. It's almost unbelievable. Right, we know it doesn't apply at this point. We went over the whole thing yesterday. Watch that show and, educate yourself a little bit. It was pretty cool. We, like, literally went through each thing at a time and we're like, whoa, but what about this, And so it's really interesting, yeah. Yeah. You make it less interesting when you just say, oh, yeah, I know it's called Standing Ground. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. So state begins cross-examination. So now the state comes in. They apparently didn't pass on that person. On cross-examination, prosecutor Bill Werski asked the witness if he knew Karmelo before the day of the stabbing. No, sir. Austin stepped in and took the lead to get him to leave the tent, Werski asked. Yes, sir. Werski says the witness previously told him that Karmelo said something like, make me, and when Karmelo put his hand in his bag, Austin didn't believe him. Karmelo said he wasn't from Frisco. I'm not sure what that means, Like he's not from that little area there. But what is that? Why would he say that? Oh, make me, okay. Told Karmelo to say something like, make me, and when Karmelo put his hand in his bag, Austin didn't believe him. Karmelo said he wasn't from, oh yeah, so he's not from Frisco. He's from a rougher neighborhood, so I have something in my bag. That's what he's saying. Yeah. Okay, if you say that one more time, Stephen, you're going to get out of here. Okay, we already know it. Yes, sir, the witness confirmed. How did you take that? Worski asked. I thought he is capable of doing a violent act. Right, so he says, I'm not from Frisco. So Frisco apparently is like a upper scale area, right? So he's saying, I'm not from here, so I do have something in my bag. I guess that makes sense now. How did you take that? I thought he is capable of doing violent act, the witness answered. Austin didn't punch him, did he? Asked Worski. No, sir, the witness answered. He was trying to just get a hold of him and move him out. So you see the shove, you expect a shove back, yeah, so now the prosecutor's saying that it was unproportional, the attack back, a little shove to a shoulder and then a knife back to kill, you know. Yes, sir, the witness answered. It is revealed that the witness called 911. You didn't expect there to be a stabbing, Worski asked. No, sir, the witness answered. The witness then goes on to demonstrate the stabbing move on Worski. He moved one hand upward towards Worski's chest as if doing an uppercut, but with a knife. Who was in the wrong that morning, Worski asked. I think Karmelo was in the wrong, the witness answered. Karmelo provoked this, didn't he? Worski asked. Yes, sir, the witness answered. The witness was, yeah, so that witness was completely just, he was destroyed, right? That whole thing that the defense tried to get out of that witness was just destroyed with those comments right there at the end. You know, when he said, Karmelo provoked this, didn't he? Yes, sir. So, and the evidence proves that Karmelo is the initial aggressor. Now, the whole thing about he was going to, grab him and move him, that's a little concerning up there. I mean, I don't know if that was only one person that said that. Yeah, so we got that. Now let's go back to this again. Maybe we'll try, not that one. Let's see. Do this one over here. All right, let's just see what this one says. These are things that I was having conversations with Chat GPT. The big question, every self-defense case usually comes down to one central question. Was the force immediately necessary to protect against another person's unlawful force? Jurors are not trying to decide whether someone was scared. They're trying to decide whether the fear and response were reasonable. The 3 levels of defense. Self-defense, using force to stop unlawful force against yourself. Deadly force, force capable of causing death or serious bodily injury when facing certain serious threats. Defense of others, using force, that's not related here. And then you have stand your ground. Texas generally does not require a person to retreat before using unlawful force if they are lawfully present. So he can be under the tent, let's just be honest. Not committing a crime. He wasn't committing a crime by sitting there. And did not provoke the conversation. Well, there you go. That he provoked the confrontation. But the confrontation can't just be words, so we'll get to that in a minute. Stand your ground is not a license to start fights. It simply removes a duty to retreat in qualifying situations. However, if it's deemed that you are the initial aggressor, you can regain stand your ground by retreating, and then you're being brought back into it. Now you can resume your stand your ground. Yeah, it's right there. You see it down below. Let's keep going here. Initial aggressor, the person who first uses or threatens unlawful force may lose the right to claim self-defense. Okay, so I guess that's where we got to look at. Like, what did Karmelo say in there? Hey, thanks, Paul Ayers. What did Karmelo say that threatened force? Like, there was something, I can't remember now, it was earlier today where he said different things. The person who first uses or threatens unlawful force may lose the right to claim self-defense. The first question many jurors ask is simple. Who started it? Now, in this case, who started it? You might say, well, they asked him to leave. And then the defense is trying to say, well, it wasn't reasonable that they asked him to leave because track meets is sort of open. People walk around and they sit in certain places. So you can sort of see by reading this what the defense is trying to sell to the jury. Provocation. A person cannot normally provoke a confrontation and then benefit from the danger they created. If someone intentionally creates the conflict, see, that's where, this is Karmelo here, hoping for a violent response. It seems like that's exactly what he was doing. He had the knife there. He was ready to go. That can defeat a self-defense claim. But then look at this part. Regaining self-defense rights. An initial aggressor, who is Karmelo Anthony, may regain self-defense rights if, one, they clearly withdraw. Like he goes, okay, I'm going to leave. They communicate that withdrawal. Like, that could be one or two. Like you can see him leaving, or they say, okay, I'm leaving. The person continues attacking anyway. So if Austin was attacking him as he was trying to leave, now he regains his self-defense rights or stand your ground rules. At that point, the legal analysis can change dramatically. Isn't that wild? You can regain your stand your ground, basically, which is under the self-defense rights. And then we got this words alone here. Hey, thank you, Patriotic Revolution. Words alone. Threatening words, insults, and trash talk generally do not justify force themselves. For example, you're dead. I'm going to beat you up. Name calling and insults. But see, those are, part of an aggression, right? But they're just words at this point. But then you have words plus conduct. This is where many cases become complicated. Jurors evaluate the totality of the circumstances. What was said? How was it said? What actions accompanied the words? How close were the people? Did danger appear immediate? And then I brought up reaching into a backpack. Suppose a person says, you're dead, then immediately reaches into a backpack, waistband, jacket pocket, or vehicle. Jurors may ask, what would a reasonable person think was about to happen? The issue is not necessarily what was actually inside the backpack. The issue is whether the belief that a weapon was being drawn was reasonable at that moment. Hey, thanks, Paul Air. Yeah, so you get what, see, that one's interesting, right? So you have a verbal threat, and then you have, aggressive words, then you have somebody reaching into their backpack. Is it reasonable to think that if you combine the two, that they are going to be a threat for your life? And I think it absolutely is reasonable. What do you guys think about that? Thanks, Wild Bill Wassman, Patriot Revolution, and Paul Ayers. What do you guys think? Come on, you guys. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Communicate. Say something. Yeah, it doesn't matter what was, in this case, it's sort of interesting because, this whole backpack scenario, what we're saying, what we're really doing is saying, guess what? Metcalf had the right he would have had the right to have killed Karmelo Anthony other than the fact that he was the victim. So it turns out that Karmelo Anthony did not, he was the initial aggressor, and he is the threat. And Metcalf, Austin Metcalf, he actually would have been justified in killing Karmelo Anthony had that been how the scenario went. You get it? That's kind of what we're reading here. See, none of this stuff fits with, I mean, what did Austin, he didn't reach to his belt. He didn't do any of that stuff. But he reached into his backpack. What prosecutors often argue, the threat was not immediate. The defendant overreacted. There was no weapon. The defendant was the aggressor. The force used was disproportionate. Hey, thanks, Lori Bach. Shake my head. The threat was not immediate. The defendant overreacted. There was no weapon. Okay, let's just see. The prosecutor argued the threat was not immediate. The defendant overreacted. Well, that absolutely is the case. There was no weapon. Yeah, that's true. He had no weapon. Austin had no weapon. The defendant was the aggressor. That's exactly what he is. Now, the force used was disproportionate. Boom. That's exactly what it is. You know, the stabbing somebody for a shove to the shoulder is ludicrous. And so that's kind of, I think it's going to end up, I think second-degree murder is likely the most likely outcome. I don't think he's going to get off on this, though. But it could end up being second degree or the manslaughter. But, you know, if the jury, with the jury instructions, reads it a certain way, they might go for first-degree murder, you know. But I think it makes it harder to do first degree knowing that he actually was visiting a friend under the tent. You get what I'm saying? Because now it's not like, oh, man, this guy's nuts, man. He was over there just sitting there waiting for something to happen, right? I wish it was easier to get in that zone, you know? Hey, thanks, 6 Kids UK. Thanks for typing in my contribution. Earlier in the show, if you missed it, you guys, 6 Kids UK said they haven't been around as much because they were having babies. I wish I could go back and find that. 6 Kids UK said, sorry I haven't been around as much. I was at home having babies. Because when she was here before, her name was 2 Kids. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. All right. It doesn't seem he was sitting. All right. So that's what the prosecution would ask for. The threat was not immediate. The defendant overreacted. There was no weapon. The defendant was the aggressor. The force used was disproportionate. I think that one works no matter what, but they keep trying to get people to see how big they seemed. He was coming towards him. You know, he may have thought like, wow, if he overwhelms me, you know, they're trying to do that. What defense attorneys often argue. The threat was immediate. Words were accompanied by threatening conduct. I guess that one witness just said, had a little different take on it. A reasonable person would have feared serious harm. Well, I think if he just got up and left, but he's not required to, that's the thing. That's stand your ground. He's not required to leave or retreat because somebody told him to. Right, so that's sort of moot. You can't say that. The defendant acted in a split-second situation. The law does not require perfect judgment under stress. Okay. Questions jurors commonly ask. Who started the confrontation? I mean, that's sort of an interesting one, right? When you ask somebody to leave, is that starting it? Is that starting the confrontation by saying, hey, can you leave? Or is the is that even, because is that a confrontation? Or is the confrontation when there's a negative reaction to being asked to leave? You see? Who first threatened unlawful force? I think that's a big one there. And it seems like when you read in there that he's the one that did that. You know, like, find out what happens if you touch me with what I've got inside this backpack. Was anyone attempting to leave? Were threats accompanied? No, nobody was trying to leave. Were threats accompanied by actions? Yes, Karmelo Anthony threatened that if you touch me, see what happens. And then, when he was touched, he pulled out a knife and stabbed. And he's the initial aggressor. Did someone appear to reach for a weapon? Well, yes, they did. That was Karmelo Anthony. Now, they didn't seem to believe that it was real. Was the response reasonable? No. Was deadly force necessary? No. See, like, I think if that is, if those are the questions that they ask, man. Here's my YouTube-friendly flowchart. Was there unlawful threat or attack? Was the threat immediate? Were threatening actions involved? Who started the confrontation? Did anyone withdraw? Was the response proportional? Would a reasonable person have acted similarly? Bottom line, Texas Stand Your Ground protects lawful self-defense. It does not generally protect someone who creates the confrontation. And then jurors evaluate threat. They do not simply listen to words. They look at whether the surrounding conduct made the threat appear real, immediate, and dangerous. You know what's weird? When I'm reading this, it's almost as if Austin is the one on trial, right? So you're looking at this going, because all of these things are like he would have been innocent based on these things. You get what I'm saying? Like, he would have been found not guilty based on this whole thing here if you were pretending that Austin actually just reverse it and he's the one that killed Karmelo Anthony. He would have been found not guilty based on this stuff. Isn't that interesting? Yeah. All right. Well, I guess we could do some calls. It's like 3 hours and 8 minutes. Maybe we can just do like an hour. Maybe we can do one where multiple people call in and you guys can, like, Blazer and I got to use the bathroom now. And Jason Bourne. All right. Maybe we can try. I don't know if that's possible. I think I can connect calls, though. All right. Hold on a second. All right. I'm not even sure. Am I here? Okay, there it is. All right. Let's do it. Who's calling in? We got to get the number on the screen, though. Hold on. There it is. Right there. All right. We got maybe Blazer and Jason Bourne, huh? What do you mean you know what you can say, thankfully? I'm not sure what that means. I hope you make more sense on the phone. No, I think it'd be cool if both of you call. I don't know, call in. See, what you're saying when you say that, Jason, is you might end up going way too long. But I'd like to try to do it in 50 minutes total. As long as you guys keep helping support the channel, that is. You know, we got to keep moving. We got days to make up for. You can't see it? I don't know what you're saying. Oh, that's too bad then. Oh, well. Darn it. All right, here we go. If you claim you can't see that, then I'm not sure how to help you. Okay. It's right there. Dun, 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 dun.
Call from
Blazer.
Blazer. Hello.
Hey. Hello from Texas.
What's going on? Yeah,
A
not
whole
too
lot
bad.
of rain, really.
What's
Got a
that?
monsoon going on here.
Oh, monsoon.
We have a monsoon
Yeah.
going on here, it seems.
Yeah, yeah. So, what are your thoughts?
I think it's still a little early to say, and I think that the problem with this particular trial is that because they are minors and it's not broadcast live to everybody, you're only getting either what the news says or what other people say that have been there, or getting second opinions from people who have told them stuff. So it's either if you're not there and you're not hearing exactly what's being said, or hearing it from somebody that actually has gotten the direct source and fact check stuff, then it's hard for people to make an unbiased decision based on anything other than emotion on this case, because really, nobody wins in it. It's a homicide just ruining two families. It's traumatizing these poor kids. My kids are a little bit older. Well, two of them are a little bit older. The other ones are younger, but
nobody win. None of the families win. But I guess society might win. Society might win by getting rid of somebody that would actually do that, and get a knife and stab somebody. I really don't want him walking around.
As a mother, it's for me a different opinion than the one based on evidentiary fact, because it pulls at your heartstrings. So it's hard not to base a opinion or a decision on your, heart versus what you're seeing in court, because you're having the families that haven't seen the footage of, chest compressions being done on this poor kid, having to live this through a body cam of a law enforcement officer or a paramedic or a kid's cell phone that they had to pull off. All these kids had to turn over their cell phones. Were videos posted immediately on social media. It's unfortunately a very, very, very sad thing for any community to have to go through.
Yeah, I feel more bad. Like, I feel bad for the. Hold on. Thanks, Paul Ayers. I said Paul Letter, but I feel bad for the victim, the guy that died, his family, not the.
I do too, but they. So here's my take on it personally. This is not based on anything other than what my gut instinct feels, but I don't know if it's because I have an ability to have empathy because of being a mother, or
me, because the rest of us don't have empathy. Are you saying the rest of us don't have empathy?
No. I'm not saying that. I'm just
Okay.
saying my perspective right now is a little bit still emotional based, because this is a really heavy case. Like, I follow many cases on lots of homicide, situations and stuff like that, and have for years. And I was married to law enforcement for over a decade. So that being said, like, honestly, it's hard for me to say, okay, this kid went to, in my area. Now, I could be literally, I guess, pulling wool over my own eyes and saying, okay, this community doesn't have gangs. We don't have drugs. We don't have a bunch of, quote, thugs in this area. But at the end of the day, I mean, I've seen drug busts for stuff that is happening 10 minutes from my house.
So you live in Frisco? You live in Frisco?
About 10 minutes from the courthouse.
But Frisco, is it like, so it's a neighborhood where there isn't really a lot of violence and stuff like that?
I mean, there's no, like, I would say, we'll say I won't say it that way. There's not really a bad area to be in. There's not like a downtown really that's like a low-income poverty area. If anything, downtown would be more expensive to live in because it's historical. So, and there's probably, okay, so the location that this was at, it's a district sports complex, essentially. It's held in, the county and all of the
I mean, it doesn't really matter. Like, here's the thing. I don't think it matters. I don't want to, that's such a boring topic to talk about. Like, oh, here's where it was.
The difference in him having a knife there.
But I just told you, we already know that it's not at either one of their schools.
It's not a school property, so there's no, like, home team or anything like that. It's all neutral.
Right, but you have your own tent, which makes that your own little area, right?
Well, yeah, I don't understand, because I haven't been to a high school track meet in quite some time, the extent of the whole territorial tent thing. Because in high school, for me, that wasn't a thing. So I'm kind of curious as to, like, if he just sat down. I mean, he could have been now. Like, well,
he sat down with a friend, though. He sat down with. I don't think he did anything wrong.
I think he sat down next to Austin. I don't think he sat down next to his teammate. I think he was the only teammate from his team in the tent. And I don't know. Maybe. He
no, that's not. We just.
I don't know if they knew
Hello.
Okay.
Let people interject. So earlier we just heard earlier that he literally was in there with a person that's on Austin's team, but he was friends with. So it was a totally different person. He was literally sitting there,
right,
talking to that person because that guy's girlfriend was a family friend. Carmelo Anthony's girlfriend is a family friend of this other guy that was underneath the tent. So that's why he was there. He didn't come sitting next to Austin.
Possible.
Well, it's not just possible. It's reality.
Yeah, I know. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yes, that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah.
I misunderstood. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it wasn't just possible. It was literally, that is what well, either way he can claim that that's why I was there, because I was talking to a friend. That's why I'm here. It's just after that is when things went down. Yeah.
Right. My confusion is a little bit on the pocket knife too, because I didn't really think about the specifications or in definition what a pocket knife would be qualified as, as far as in size or whatever, how big they can be to be classified as a pocket knife or whatnot. They called it like a multi-tool pocket knife, essentially. But it was found, he threw it, allegedly he threw the pocket knife. It ended up, it was raining that day as well. So as he was leaving, I guess, after this happened.
Yeah, why did he do that? Well, don't you think it's weird that he ran? Don't you think it's weird that he ran and then threw the knife?
I think it's quite instinct.
I know, but why didn't he just do that before that? Why didn't he leave when asked to leave?
I don't think he thought it through. I think it was just maybe on adrenaline or instinct. Right. I don't think it was a thought out process. I think he probably had maybe a couple seconds to think it through if he was going to, and that's not very much time. And panic.
Yeah, I don't know. I think if you go through the facts of the case of everything that was said, I don't think it's aggressive to ask somebody to leave their tent. It was
multiple times.
the physical, but the person who did the threatening thing, like touch me and see what happens. That's him. He's the initial aggressor of that, because that's what it has to be, a threat of like harm, and that's he's the first one to do that.
Poking the bear.
Oh yeah, he's the first one, and then he's actually the one. So he had no right at that point to claim self-defense because he's the initial aggressor. That's just how the law is. It's written like that.
And I think he could possibly have been, in his defense thought process, maybe thinking that as far as self-defense, what could have escalated into that situation for sure. But could he have gotten out of it without stabbing somebody? Absolutely.
Well, yeah, not just stabbing, he killed somebody. Yeah.
I honestly...
He tried to kill him, too. He stabbed him right in the heart.
In 11th grade, it would take me probably, I don't know how long, to think of, okay, how do we do the Pledge of Allegiance to remember what side my heart's on to stab somebody in a split second?
Yeah, but he stabbed him right in the middle of the chest. It's sort of like when a guy with a gun, he shoots center mass, because you know that's...
Okay, but did you hear about how the weapon was found, though? Because to me, the way that they explained it being found, it was in like a 35 or 45 degree angle in the locked position. It had not been unlocked, or it had not been locked at that point. So it was almost like...
Well, maybe after he started running away, he started to fold it again, and then he threw it.
Well, the way that it was described from my source or whatever is that it was thrown by him. It was found in the photographs that it's kind of like...
you know what I would think?
Like,
somebody unfolds a knife, they stab somebody, and they're running. They're probably going to start folding it again to conceal it in their pocket. But it might have been that he started to fold it, and he goes, shit, and he tossed it, and he kept running.
That's possible.
Well, that sounds more likely than like that it was never unfolded, because it wouldn't have stabbed anybody. It would have cut his finger off, probably.
It did cut his finger. His blood was on the knife.
Yeah, but no, it would have cut it. Well, that's just because it slid down it when he did it. But I'm talking about it wouldn't even have killed him. It wouldn't have killed Austin. It would have just folded on his own finger.
How many times can you think of that people thought to kill somebody with a pocket knife? I mean,
well, I get have you seen a picture of the knife yet? Has anybody?
No. I've seen the ones that are like the folded position, but I haven't seen it like...
All right, so none of us really know what the knife looked like. So when you're saying, man, anybody... so we don't know what it looked like. I don't think it was just...
it wasn't a long blade.
I don't think it was like a Swiss Army knife and he pulled out one of the blades.
No. No, it was 3.5 inches.
Yeah, 3.5 inches is pretty,
It's a pretty good size. It's like at least your hand across, basically, if not a little bit more. Include your thumb.
Yeah, it's pretty big.
As far as from palm to palm, from one side of your palm to the other, it's a good size. But it also had other, tactical stuff on it, like a Swiss Army knife would. It just is at a bigger caliber, I guess you could say. It's perfectly common in Texas for people to carry stuff like that. Not necessarily to track meat because it's prohibited, in law or by law. But I carry one all the time. I'm constantly opening stuff or using, stuff like that on a daily basis, and it's not uncommon to see people carrying a firearm.
Hey, but let me just... I know, but you're going through all this weird, nuanced stuff that I really don't...
I'm sorry.
I just got to tell you, I don't care about that kind of stuff, because what we're going over is, I just went through what the law is, like, probably 5 times, and when you go over that, and you compare the case to Karmelo Anthony or, Austin... you don't really... It looked like... if it was Austin that was on trial in the same case, he would be exonerated, because everything fit... If he was the one who literally, when he saw Karmelo reach into his backpack, had he took a knife out and killed Karmelo Anthony, he would be found not guilty. However, the other way around does not work. Well, I know you might disagree because you want to disagree. No,
I'm saying I agree with you.
You agree.
If Austin had been on trial, they would have hung him. He would not have gotten off. They would have made an example because they felt they had.
No, I don't agree with you at all. I think he absolutely... The facts in the case, if you're literally a reasonable... If you're saying that everybody's going to be biased, okay, I agree. But if you're going with the facts of the case, he would have been found not guilty because he was the victim. He was not the initial aggressor. And then when he saw, so when Karmelo Anthony threatened him by saying, touch me and see what happens, and then you see him reaching into the bag, had Austin at that point used lethal force, he would have been found not guilty, because that's exactly what the requirements are. What?
I would have thought it was a firearm.
Right. But I'm just trying to tell you why the case is the way it is.
In defense, yeah, I see that. Like, I would have been very concerned in Texas if it maybe was a firearm and I would have taken him down or tried to, out of instinct. Because when you see somebody's hand in a bag in Texas, firearms are very common. So my first thought would be, okay, he's got a gun, and in that case, you don't want to be anywhere near him.
But let's say for some reason Austin had a knife on him, and as soon as he saw Karmelo reach into the bag after threatening just before that, it would have been absolutely reasonable for him to have used deadly force. However, Karmelo does not have any of those rights. He was the initial aggressor, and there was nothing reached for or anything like that. Yes, the guy was standing there and he shoved his shoulder, but that crap happens all the time with kids, right? That happens all the damn time with kids, right? You don't just stab somebody.
Yeah, all the time. No.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
No, that's absolutely, it's absurd. On that, I agree.
Well, there you go. See, that's all we need.
Well, no, but I don't, like I said, there's still a lot more trial to go. So I for right now, that's where I stand. But should something change, which anything can change, or come up in evidence or whatever that I'm unaware of or anybody else may be unaware of, then, anything could happen. But as of right now, I think, there's definitely going to be consequences for actions, but it's just sad that the whole situation is just awful.
Yeah.
Awful.
Yeah, I mean, I could see what the defense is trying to do. They're trying to, explain, that him being under the tent was normal, and he was visiting a friend, and that these two brothers were intimidating and tall, and they moved towards him, and, he had the right to be there, etc. But
so if he was friends,
he lost it.
But if he was friends with the other guy on the team, the team that Austin and them were on, then what was the issue as far as, like, that made them ask him to leave? Like, I mean, I guess, like...
Yeah, because there's somebody... Look at. Here's what the problem is. You want to know what the actual...
So I'm trying to figure out why he was there.
Look at. Here's... I know, but every time I'm talking, you start talking.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
What's the problem is the friend that he actually was under the tent with, he actually is sort of like passively responsible for the whole damn thing. That guy... That's what I was just thinking. That kid had, when Austin and those guys said, what are you doing here? Had that friend, the friend of Karmelo said, oh yeah, he's here. Yeah, he's talking to me. He's okay, you guys. He's okay, you guys. I think it would have squashed the whole thing, but that's not what happened. I think what Austin and them was totally reasonable what they said, because here's this random dude, and they don't know who the hell he is, and they said, what are you doing here? And he says, I'm nobody. And then he says, well, nobody should, if you're a nobody, you shouldn't be here. And then then it went on and on and on, and that guy went, he went nuts. So
yeah, he should be held accountable, in my opinion.
Well, I don't think he should be held accountable. I just think that his lack of saying something created a problem. It's like one of those people that doesn't speak when they know what the truth is, and that causes problems.
Exactly. Like, he's here with me. It's okay. It's cool. That would have solved ended it right there, hopefully. But that's not, I don't know why it did not go down that way. But
the friend was no friend of anybody. Like Paul Ayers just typed in, agreed. The friend was no friend. He wasn't a friend of Karmelo Anthony, and he definitely wasn't a friend of Austin, because his lack of communication made it seem like he was a total outsider just sitting in the middle of their tent, So I guess that's the thing.
That's exactly what happened, essentially, but it's not how it's going to go down. But you're, nailed that one on the head right there.
Yeah.
I completely agree, because I mean, but you know what? Hindsight's 2020. You can't go back and say, "Man, you should have said something," or this wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, I mean, but what? Yeah, like, but once the Austin said, "Hey, you should leave," he should have just left. That's what a normal person does, especially when you know it's not his tent.
But a 17-year-old kid, maybe not best judgment, at that age.
Yeah, well, he's going to have to probably spend a lot of years in prison. I guess we're going to have to see what the, what the next, the defense is obviously going to keep putting on. They're going to keep trying. They really need to get him out of the initial aggressor position, because he has no chance of being, I rehabilitated stand my ground, because he never tried to leave. So he can't do that. They have to get him out of the initial aggressor position. But even then, so even if, let's just say that Austin is the initial aggressor, let's just say somehow the evidence starts leading in that direction, he used disproportional force. So no matter how you look at it, his force, I guess, and that's when you start lowering the charge a little bit, because it's like, okay, he had reasonable fear for his safety, but did he have reasonable fear for his life? And was the response proportional to, what his reasonable belief would have been? And I would say no. So, but the charge would be less. I think that's where you start getting into the third one.
Like manslaughter?
Yeah, manslaughter, maybe, that's,
I could see manslaughter.
But that would only be if they put Austin into the initial aggressor position. Then it would still be manslaughter at that point.
Well, and he's not here to defend himself, so.
If the jury believes that. I don't believe it. I think 100% at this point that Karmelo Anthony is the initial aggressor, based on all the testimony that everybody's given. Even that last guy that the defense brought up, even he said, "Oh he was the provocateur, whatever the hell you want to call it." But anyways, you got any last comments? We got to get some other calls coming in.
What are your thoughts on it? Could go hung jury too.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely a possibility.
And then it would be a retrial, so you could be looking at a whole other trial a year or two from now.
Yeah, it has to be crystal clear to the jury in a case like this. If it's not crystal clear and somebody's like, well, but what about... Yeah, that's a problem. But that's where you need a good foreman that can really work through each point. I think I'd be a pretty good foreman on this case.
I think you'd be great.
I think I'd go through and go, now look, it goes like this. Now see this one right here? Yeah, we can't call that. That's not really a threat, just asking somebody to leave, is it? And then he's the one that first said, make me do it. Okay, I will. But see, he's the one that, so it's...
He's like taunting.
You have to keep going back and forth.
Almost.
Yeah.
It's taunting somebody to get them to react to something that you're doing. Like, you're asking them to react to your behavior.
Right. So at this point, I think it's kind of obvious that Karmelo Anthony is the initial aggressor. He used way too much force for what was given. And that's where we're at. Now, if the defense somehow can give evidence and prove, like without just having some one flimsy witness that says, oh yeah, and makes a comment, he has to prove something. I think Karmelo might have to testify in this case. That's what I think.
I guess they could make him, but I mean...
Well, I think he might have to, because he's the one that can explain it.
I think...
Yeah.
Right? I don't know that they can make him in Texas testify.
Well, I'm not saying nobody said he's going to make anybody testify. I said he might need to testify. I think he might have to.
Yeah, he might need to, yes.
Right.
He might need to testify, yes.
Yeah. And then it's like, would you believe him, Because he lied. They already have him proved lie. Like, apparently, at some point he said he got into there was a headlock and stuff that he tried to claim.
It's kind of... Yeah. I mean, I'll be definitely interested to see what happens, but I kind of, in a way, I guess, am prepared for it to go how it shouldn't go, just because I know enough about the county to think that it may not go, based on how I feel like it should go. It could go based on, emotion and public opinion instead, and that would be wrong. But any other way, I mean, I could definitely see a mistrial for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, well, let's see. All right, well, I got to get some other calls, but Blazer, hey, Blazer, that's
Me
the
too.
name of my Portland Trail Blazers, all right? So
Yeah,
You
hey.
got
You're in Oregon? You're not in Oregon, are you?
I am in Oregon, yep.
Oh, you are? Okay. My son is a Hughes Duck fan.
Oh, yeah? All right.
Yes.
I went to U of O for 2 years, but I graduated at Oregon State, so I don't really...
That's where he went. They're green and yellow, right? Ducks.
Yeah, but I graduated at Oregon State. The Ducks
Oh,
are
okay.
University of
So
Oregon, but I went
the
to both
opposite, yes.
schools.
I just know colors
Yeah.
on those. My son watches them. I'm a Texas football person, but I am not a Texas NFL person, just Texas college football. But
All right. Okay, well, I got to get this other... I got another call coming in, but
okay.
thanks for calling
Have a
in.
good night.
Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Thanks so much. Bye.
Call from.
James, a.k.a. Jason Bourne.
Thanks,
To
Blazer,
accept,
for
press
calling
1.
in.
To send a voicemail, press.
What's going on?
Well, lots of good discussion tonight. Great job.
Yeah. Songbird loved Blazer's call. She must have the same opinion or something. But
Well,
anyway, it was
you know,
good, though.
one thing-
At least she was called. A lot of people don't call in, so I appreciate her calling in. And, I thought it was pretty, I mean, at least that's something that I can disagree with on some of the
Well,
stuff.
and it takes courage sometimes, especially if you've never talked with someone before and you don't know what that conversation is going to be like. And so, I give her a lot of credit just for calling in, if that was especially her first time. And
Yeah, it was good.
I thought I compliment that, and I hope she sticks around because, sometimes, and I'll just say, even when I've talked with you, Gray, that I've learned things where I thought, like, gosh, I kind of should have thought about that, or maybe I should have reflected on that a little bit more. And so, sometimes these kind of conversations are needed so people can be enlightened, myself included.
Yeah. All right. What are your thoughts?
Well, so one of the questions that came up in the chat, and other people have been tossing it around as well, and that is how much time should this person get? And my feelings on that is, so, I understand Blazer's point about wanting to see everything, because I do know that at the end of the day, when the judge gets ready to pass sentencing, that he gets what's called a pre-sentence investigation report. And that is going to be on Anthony. And it's going to go into his whole life history, everything about him, so it's going to be, and it's going to be done by somebody probably who works for the court, as part of, because he's going to be found guilty, so then he's going to become court property, and have to go through the process, and they'll interview him, and they'll go through his whole life story. And so part of my thought is like, so let's just say hypothetically that, and I'm just saying hypothetically, if he really came from a super bad background, super abusive, foster homes, whatever, orphaned, like super bad, well, then I would take that into account. But if he came from a background that was a good background, then I'm also going to take that into account. And what I'm understanding is that he had a 3.7 GPA, that he held
I
down
saw
two
that.
jobs.
That was I think yesterday
Mm-hmm.
when we went over. Yeah.
So it sounds to me like this is not a young man who isn't capable of understanding right from wrong, or even a sense of morality, in the sense that if you have a 3.7 GPA, it could be said that you can reasonably connect some dots.
Right. You might want to think that
So-
he'd be somebody that wouldn't have pulled a knife out if there wasn't something else wrong with him, right? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like
So, that being the case, and now getting to the main point of the question, what punishment does he deserve? That if he does come from a background of where he's, his parents worked, and, even if they had a hand in his upbringing, which most likely they did, and probably very much to a large degree, my personal opinion here, that the reason why he is because of parenting. I saw the comment earlier where someone said, well, I went through parenting and I was, basically a good parent and my kids turned out bad. They didn't come out and say that, but that's basically what they meant. And those are true things where it does happen. But on the average, usually what the truth is that bad parenting was the cause. And so, if the parents were involved in this and had a hand in it, and this is something that's been ongoing, and it's not going to be corrected anytime soon because he has certain beliefs about, people not putting his hands on him, which I personally believe someone told him, like, listen, if anybody ever puts a hand on you, you can stab them. I bet someone told them that, like, you can do that and it'll be legal for you to do it.
Yeah, that's why he ran around. Hey, is this legal? Hey, do you think I could claim self-defense officer?
Yep. So for him taking the life of someone the way that he did, which in my opinion was premeditated, was intentional, and he aimed for the midsection, he aimed for center body mass. So, I'm thinking that if he ever does get released, it shouldn't be until he's an old man, which means he spent most of all of his good prime years and all of his other years behind bars. I mean, honestly, and I know it sounds harsh to maybe other people listening, but if it was and I think it's from I know it's up to 99 years, I want to say, in Texas, Gray, and you probably could check and see what that charge brings as far as the range. But if it was that, they went to the top of the range, well, then I go along with what the judge would say on that. If he goes
he might not do 99.
That's what I'm worried about.
Yeah, see, the judge might be like, okay, he might stop, like 30 or something. He's not going to do 99.
Right.
Yeah, because you can sort of look at this as, we're all, I don't think any of us can say 100% certain, like some of the thoughts that we've said, like, oh yeah, he went there. That's what I think he did, that he literally was waiting for somebody to touch him, just like you were saying, so that he could stab him. And then I would want him to have 99 years. I mean, because that means he's a psychopath. He's a nut job, like that, But we're saying that because that's what it appears like what he's doing, right? But some of these other testimony was a little different, right? Like one of them said that when Austin stood up, he was 5 rows below, and then when he came up to 2 rows away, that's when he put his hand in his backpack, right? So then you might say, well, okay, even though it was unreasonable, did he have, could we say that he had some fear at that point, and then he put his hand on the knife? But then you go, well, why the hell did he have the knife in the first place, sitting over on the competitor's, so he can go back and forth forever. But I would say this, if he literally went there and his intention was to provoke somebody into killing them, then I think he should get the 99 years. Because somebody like that they're not a rehabilitated type of person. That means they went there with some crazy anger and literally had the ability to kill somebody. So there you go.
Well, I think even just, it takes a certain person who is going to pull a knife on somebody who doesn't have a similar weapon. And, I understand if somebody's got you on the ground and they're beating your head into the ground and you've got this knife in your sheath on your hip and you can reach down and grab it and, okay, you might be fearing for your life at that point. But I just don't see where he could have been fearing for his life.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think...
Do you?
No, I don't think there was ever a moment where he was fearing for his life. I think he got angry that he was asked to leave, maybe, and he had the knife there, and knowing that if somebody touches me, I'm going to... And he got more and more angry, and he let it sort of build up, and, in his own mind, he was saying, oh, these racists, they have nothing to do with that at all. And then he, stabs him. The moment he had a chance, the second he got touched more than he was supposed to be, I don't know. It's getting frustrating, the whole case. It's interesting, like where's the jury going to go? But you keep hearing there's all these little pieces. This one's a little different than that one, and then which one is? I mean, the prosecution put up a whole bunch of witnesses that said almost the same thing, but now the defense has people coming up. And they're sort of saying things that are a little different. Although at the very end, when they're re-questioned by the prosecution, they end up saying the same thing that the defense witnesses said. So I think it's kind of screwing over. The defense is trying, but when it's all said and done, it's like, oh, okay, so he was the aggressor. Okay, there you go.
And I mean, they still have, because, there's several elements that it rests on, and all you got to do is kick the leg out of one element, and the whole thing falls over, and you still have this disproportionate use of force. And even if he were to say something to the effect of, well, it wasn't just one person I feared, it was that I was going to be jumped by multiple people, and therefore the threat level was increased, and therefore the knife was necessary because I thought they were all going to come at me. Well, I could see if indeed that was testimony from the witnesses, where they said, yeah, they all ganged up on him, they were all closing in on him, and it looked like they were about ready to take him down. And I mean, if it looked that way, then I could see them going along the lines to make that argument. But even then, I just don't see it being possible, because when he was questioned, or when he got in front of the officer and told them what happened, he used the word, he put his hands on me, not they put their hands on me. So it was just a singular.
Yeah, but why does it matter? Why was that a matter? I know Elena's typed that in. What does that have to do with anything? Like he or they? I mean, I don't really get it. Yeah,
the reason why it matters is because if you have multiple people, then the threat level is increased, because that means that, you might lose your life more quickly with 3 people beating on you. You got only one person.
Right, but I just don't understand what that even means. Like you go, oh, he just said he, not they. Well, I think he only ever claimed was he. I don't really understand. I don't really understand what the issue there is. I don't get it.
Because if they were to bring in any witnesses that said, well, listen, there was the implication that it looked like it was a group thing, that this is going to be rebutted by all the witnesses who said, no, it wasn't. It was that they were responding to each other. In other words, that they were going back and forth verbally with each other. Mm-hmm. And so it wasn't that, there was a bunch of groups standing around saying, if we don't leave, we're going to do X, Y, and Z.
Yeah, I still don't. I just still don't get why it matters that, like, you caught him. He said he, not they. I just don't see. I don't understand that. I still don't.
Because if it was they, then it would indicate that the reason why he ran is because more than one person put his. I mean, if it was a group of people that jumped you, you wouldn't say he jumped me. You would say they jumped me. So it was a group of people that were even
right, but that was never really claimed, though, right? I mean, I don't get it. Like, I think that would have helped him. Like, oh yeah, it was a they. There was multiple people, but I've never even thought this whole time that there was ever more than one person. That was really the person that he would claim was the aggressor.
Well, I've heard that was going to be part of the defense, but then it's sounding like then that, since everything is rested, that was not part of the defense.
Mm-hmm. All right, Sandy's saying, Gray, the issue is Texas law group making Karmelo feel ganged up on would be a reason to give him clear self-defense exoneration. Okay, but that's not what we were talking about. I just don't think that, the fact that he said he and not they, that actually helps him. Because that means he didn't think through all those little things. He was really just focusing in on the fact that he felt threatened by Austin. That's it. I mean, I really, I don't know. I don't really see the importance of that at all.
Well, it seals the case. It puts the nail in the coffin, because he's saying he's putting it all on one person. And that one person alone is not going to amount to it's not going to rise to the level of a deadly enough threat. Mm-hmm. It's just not going to do it.
Well, he might have, when he said he's just referring to the person he stabbed. You know, like
Right.
he doesn't, but he's not like, maybe there was a they that were, because it sounds like the brother was standing up, they like, and backing him up. See, we've heard that, right? Like that's something. So if you want to say that a group of people, well, a couple of the witnesses said that Hunter was standing up, backing him up, right? So that's another person. So just the fact that he said, well, he was, that doesn't mean anything because he was just referring to the person he stabbed. And then if you had a larger conversation, you might have said, well, they were kind of ganging up on me, So I don't know.
Yeah.
It just gets too nuanced.
I still think, like I'm just trying to, like, if I put myself in that situation and just by chance that I had a knife in my backpack and I was thinking like, okay, at what point would it come in my mind that I might have to use this? And the only point that it would really ever come in my mind, not that I would ever want or like to have to use it, but the only point it would ever come in my mind is if I was backed up into a wall and I couldn't run anywhere. And like there was a bunch of people coming at me and maybe they had, weapons as well, that, well then, I don't have anywhere to run to. But he did. He could have left the scene.
Yeah.
And that right there.
Right. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, it has nothing to do with the they comment, though. But yeah, he could have left,
So, that right there to me shows, this whole thing about, well, I'm fearing the group. If you're going along with that line, not you, but if the defense is going along with the line is, oh, well, there were multiple people. Well, okay, then why didn't you leave?
Well, because you don't have to.
Why didn't you?
He has a stand your ground law. That's why. But I guess if you're
Right,
if you're truly
fear would
scared of
overcome
something,
that.
it seems like if you're truly scared of something, that you would just leave because that you're actually fearful, right?
Right.
I mean, not like,
that's
I'm scared to death, everybody, but by God, I have the right and stand my ground to not retreat. So I'm staying here. Hey, tell you what, say that on a train track. Okay, a train's coming.
Well,
you know what? Yeah. I have the right to stand my ground, you bastards. Whoa. Well, see you later. Yeah.
What a great example. So, what we're saying is that it would not be a common sense conclusion.
Yeah, exactly. It's not. It almost doesn't make sense.
So,
while you have the right to stand your ground, if you were really scared for your life enough to kill somebody, wouldn't it make more sense to have left before it got to that? When was the point you got scared, by the way, Karmelo? When was it that you were scared? Was it when you were saying, touch me and find out what happens? Was it then? Was it? That's how, if he was on the stand, that's exactly how a prosecutor should ask him the question. So apparently you were scared for your life. When was that? When you said, touch me and see what happens? Or was it when you called him, hey, F you all? Was it that time? When was it? And then he'll say, well, it was when he stood up. Okay. Okay, give me a break. You were already the guy. You were the initial aggressor.
And I was thinking, too, another thing is that when it was brought up the fact that, hey, it wasn't uncommon that sometimes other students from other schools went into other tents and, like during breaks between different competitions, when you have the track meet, like maybe between the shot put and the discus or whatever, like between certain events. And, certain students would come and go. And, well, let's just say hypothetically that, so he saw this guy in there that he knew, and he thought to himself, okay, well, I'm going to go in there and chat with this person because I know this person. So he's sitting there. Now, under normal circumstances, if we go with a common sense scenario, a person is going to know, like, okay, well, I'm in some other school's tent, so I kind of have to mind my manners here because I know if I say anything out of line or act like a fool, like they're going to try to kick me out of here because, I'm kind of not supposed to be here, but as long as I don't make a stink here, probably nobody's going to come up and say anything. And so obviously, when he said something about, those guys, being the P word, or whatever, or, like when it first started up, that was the whole thing, in my opinion, that showed that he wanted it to escalate. He wanted to make a scene. He didn't want to be the person who blended in that, like, oh, I don't want to speak up or say anything because, they would ask me to leave. He didn't strike me as that person. He wanted to speak up so that someone would be forced to then challenge him back, and
Yeah.
What are your take on it?
Yeah, I think he's the aggressor. I think he, based on his actions when they asked him to leave, he just kept trying to provoke and provoke and provoke. And then he finally got I think the tap on the shoulder was, touch me and see what happens. And then he tapped him, but then he said that there was another comment that he made after that, like, okay, punch me and see what happens. And then there was the shove to the shoulder, not a punch. And then he took out the knife and he stabbed him. And I just think it was all like he provoked and provoked intentionally, knowing he had the knife, and his anger or whatever took over, and he did it, or he literally, that's why he was sitting there, like he wanted to do this. That's why he had the knife already. I mean, it seems kind of interesting that he brought the knife in a backpack, sitting down in somebody else's tent, and then being that confrontational immediately. It's almost like he wanted that to be that way. Because why else? I mean, think about it. I mean, he goes over there, and he sits down, and he has the knife, but he must know, okay, I'm in sort of hostile territory, like, oh, this is not my team's tent. And then as soon as he's asked to leave, he gets confrontational, knowing that he's got that knife right there,
Oh.
And so that's how I look at it. I think he, so I guess what's going to come, I think there's a, sort of a growing chance that it's not going to be first-degree murder, though, because, I don't know how the wording is going to be, but the fact that he, was under that tent for plausibly another reason, talking to a friend, and then but he does have the knife, so the jury's going to have to look at that, like, why did he bring that knife there? Is it reasonable that he just had it, and it was self-defense, a weapon that he just has around, and there's still a chance at first-degree murder, but I think it's more likely to land in the second to manslaughter, manslaughter not yet, because if they can prove to people that Austin is the initial aggressor and the jury believes that, then it comes down to, okay, he was scared, but he used too much force, then you got manslaughter, right? I don't think there's any chance that he sort of walks on. How does it work at the end, by the way, when the jury's in there and they deliberate? Let's say they all agree. Okay, we all agree that it's manslaughter. Now we're going to work our way up. Second degree, everyone agrees. But then on the murder, they go, you know what? It's a hung jury. Does the whole trial get screwed, or they have to start over again?
They have to redo the trial.
I know, isn't that wild?
They have to redo it.
Yeah, that sucks. That's why I think I was saying that, because I've heard that. That's exactly what happened in the Karen Reed case, right? Same thing, the first time around, I think.
I think this was a case like the one in Florida that I told you about, where the guy shot the guy when he pushed him. And, when he pushed him, he didn't go at him and keep beating on him. All he did was shove him hard, and the guy fell down. Like I said, he was about 4 feet away, and he pulled out the gun, and he actually hesitated for about a half a second, and then he shot him while the guy was just standing there.
Uh-huh.
And, and the reason why he did that was because he was thinking, I'm protected right now under the self-defense law. If I pull my gun on this guy and shoot him, if it comes down to the court, they're going to side with me. And he found out he was wrong. And it's the same thing, I think, with this black guy. He was thinking, okay, I've got it here in the knife in my backpack, and if it comes down to it, if this guy really pushes my buttons, I can go ahead and stab him, because I know in my mind that I'm going to have the best self-defense because he put his hands on me. Now, that's what somebody told him, or in his mind he thought that. I'm not saying it was right, but that gave him sufficient justification to think that,
Yeah.
You know, because that's the first thing he went to was self-defense.
Yeah, you try to, hey, cop, hey, can I, like immediately. It's ridiculous. You know what's weird is I'd be interested to go back. I mean, I wish I was doing it live. But remember that one, I don't know if he was MMA fighter or whatever, but he was on that in New York or something. And then there was a guy that was like, acting really frantically like he was going to hurt people. And he sort of choked him out on the ground. And
I remember that.
And then they brought him then they charged him. I mean, I don't even know how people like that get charged. It's so freaking nuts. It's like, hey, we can make a case. Let's do it. But that he got exonerated at the end, or at least found not guilty. But, man, the fact that he was even there, think about that case. He definitely was protecting other people, It's like
Good Samaritan.
Yeah.
Good Samaritan who was brave enough to step up and had the skills enough to say, I can take this person.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was
and
a shame
everybody on the damn train said, oh, yeah, we really appreciate what he did, man. We were all scared to death. And they still just go to trial? I mean, that just shows you there's this weird, corrupt bullshit that people do. It's almost like you're trying to make it a racial thing again because the guy was black, that he was choking and stuff. And it's like, this isn't one that should have ever seen the courtroom, and it's obvious. And that's where you sort of wonder at that point, are you guys trying to make this political or what? What are you doing?
Well, yeah. I saw that clip that you were talking about. I believe you talked about the person who was saying, basically that if she was presented of evidence that basically showed that Anthony was guilty, beyond reasonable doubt, would she be able to find him guilty? And she said no. And when asked why, and she basically said, because we look out for our own, just like the other side does.
Yeah, you saw that clip? I was Officer Tatum, I think, had something he was playing.
It was, yeah. And
it was crazy, though, right?
And, he's like you. He lays it right out there. He's not afraid of
Yeah. That's why I kind of like him when I watch him. It's like, oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But anyway, what that showed right there is that there's a certain percentage of people, and I'm glad that we're talking about this because it illustrates a lesson that I learned that when I was a very young boy. And so, unfortunately, I did something wrong when I was about, 7 or 8 years old, and took something I shouldn't have and got caught. And now, there's a time when parents could do a lot of different things about when they see that kind of behavior. And they're, of course you think like, well, how much should I protect my, child versus, expose them to punishment that could, potentially be shocking. And, and this is the thing, it's like when you're too easy on your kids, when they do things wrong, and they don't learn the appropriate morals, then they don't treat other people with respect, because a normal person would not have, went under that tent and behaved the way that they did. So, but anyway, long story short, I was told when it was learned what I had done, that I was going to go back to the place where I had taken the thing that I did, and I was going to march up to the counter and explain what I did.
What'd you get, a Snickers bar?
Yeah, I think it was.
Oh, come on. I knew it, man. Who wouldn't steal a Snickers bar when you're 8, man?
Yeah,
hey, look it. Let me tell you something. See, there was this, remember those machines that you push a button and then the thing would rotate?
100%.
Yeah. But they at first they had a flaw in them. So we were really, we were like 9 years old or 10. I was on the swim team, or 11 maybe. And we were just so hungry all the time. My mom, they gave us enough food and stuff, but we were just always so hungry because we burned so many calories. And I remember this one guy showed me that if somebody comes in and buys, let's say, a fruit pie, the Hostess fruit pie.
Oh, they were so good, yeah.
But then when they take the fruit pie out, the thing is still, you can move the door, right? You can move the door still because it hasn't moved yet. As soon as it moves, it locks it, right? So here's what you did. if you push the forward button and the door at the same time, it would move the next piece of food over. But you only had one shot at it. If you didn't do it exactly right, it would lock it, right? But if you push the forward button and slide the door with your hand, again, it won't move if the door is shut. But if you push the door and the button at the same time, it would move over, and then you get the cupcakes. And then you do it again, you could clear out the whole roll. Not that you ever made it all the way around, but because it has to be like perfect timing. So you would sit there and wait. Who's going to do the fruit pie, you know? I don't know. It was just
kind of like the intelligent raven.
Yeah, I don't know. It was crazy. It's weird when you're a kid.
But anyway,
just, you know.
But yeah, so I learned that lesson, you know, at an early age, and I went back there and I told him, I did it and everything, and he actually made me sweep his floor, which I thought was a great little lesson for a kid, and he probably winked at my mom and whatever, and it was just this little country store. But the point is that when your children are not raised correctly, it's often going to be reflected later on in their adolescence. And it's not always true, you know, because there's true, and parents can do a great job, and they're like, why is my, you know, child acting like this? And sometimes it's because of their friends that they're with, and sometimes there's deeper problems like behavioral and psychological issues. But long story short, go ahead.
I was going to say, if my mom knew that I did that, she would have had me do the same thing, but we always just gobbled the crap down. You know, I didn't go home with my Snickers bar. What the hell kind of a move was that? How did they know that you had a Snickers, man?
So the thing that you brought up earlier, you know, about that when you said, well, getting, you know, when you and Blazer were talking, and you're like, well, it isn't just about, you know, this person, you know, like facing, you know, a punishment. It's like getting them off of the streets. And, you know, this is a good point, because it's not just that you're taking into account, you know, well, what they deserve and, you know, based on their history and things like that. You actually are removing somebody from the society who is dangerous and could go and do it again. You know?
I mean, I think when you start tying in, like he had the knife with him, he seemed to provoke and was like encouraging, hey, touch me, see how it goes, and boom, he stabs him, right? See, that kind of mentality is something you don't want in society right there. That person's going to do something again to somebody, in my opinion.
Bad news. Bad news. I mean, it really, even to be the type of individual, because you would think how it normally goes under the track tent, and I'm sure that it's happened even probably in the United States this year, somebody was under the track tent from another team talking smack, and punches flew. And why did they fly? Because nobody saw a need for weapons. They just threw punches, just like teenagers do. And, you know, but in this case, this guy didn't want to throw a punch. You know, he wanted to use something that would do far more damage. And that's just not a person I feel comfortable walking around society with, you know, that's that reckless with a weapon. Mm-hmm. They're that, you know, it's just like an MMA fighter. You know, you can't be reckless with your weapon.
Yeah. Well, if the jury believes it's first degree and that, then I would say at that point you got to throw the book at him. But if they don't, then in second degree, and that means they must think it's a little different. And then, you know, I would try to, you know, I don't know what range inside the second degree I would go, but yeah, I don't know. It's just interesting. What will the defense be able to get the jury to think about, you know? And then the problem is people aren't consistent. Like you just see it all the time. Like, what is somebody going to believe is aggression? So that's the whole thing. Is it, is it aggression to say, hey, leave the tent? And then how did he really say it? Like, we're never going to get to know. Hey, get the hell out of our tent. Is that really, I don't think that is, I don't know. I don't know what to call that. Because when they define aggression, it seems to always have something to do with aggression regarding like harm. Something like that. Like something like, hey, I'm gonna kill you. But then it's your posturing. I'm not sure, like the provoking
and volume level.
Provoking, yeah, so that's the thing, is we're never going to get to know, like, how it's amazing in today's day and age that somebody didn't have their cell phone on and, like, recording something. Like, it might have just been really short, but we're never going to get to have that.
Getting to another thing that you were bringing up, because I was curious about this too, is how is it that the prosecutor can ask someone on the stand, did you see a murder?
I think that's ridiculous. Or no, do you believe it's murder? No, do you believe it's murder? Yeah. Apparently,
right.
Lena said, oh, yeah, in Texas you can do that. I just think that is such a shitty thing my God.
So I just typed it into Google. I just typed in, can a prosecutor ask a witness if they believe they saw a murder? And what came, and this would be interesting if you did, Chat GPT, because it'd probably be even a better answer. But long story short, what it said was that, so there's different things about information that a witness can convey when they're on the stand about things that they saw, as an eyewitness. There's certain things that you can convey.
But it wasn't really worded the way you worded it. He actually said, was this a self-defense or murder? And they go, murder. See, that's different. That's even worse. Like, that's different than how you worded it. But yeah, anyways, what did it end up saying, though? The bottom line.
What it ended up saying is that, so what you're really asking that person to assess, and why that it's fair to do so, is you're asking them, like, from their honest opinion, when they were looking at somebody do something, you're asking them to assess that person's state of mind. Now, sometimes you can have somebody who fakes their outward behaviors so that you really don't know what their inner state of mind is. But sometimes, by the way a person is acting outwardly, you can guess what the inner state of mind is.
Yeah, I just think that I don't know. I've never seen that in my life, man. I mean, it's like asking somebody who is just a lay person, oh, what the hell happened? That was murder, You still there?
Well, yep, I am. The state of mind is just a legal concept. Yep, that's all that it is. So it's just something where, and it can be anything as far as like a witness's perceptions of a certain event that they saw. It's just, and it would be interesting, right? Because if you're a prosecutor on the stand and you're trying to get across that the person had a certain state of mind, and you can't come out and ask them if it was murder, then you're going to have to start asking questions like, well, what was the expression on his face? Did he look angry? Because you're trying to get at the fact that, this person it wasn't like an accident or something like that. This person, ultimately was very angry, and they wanted to do something that was, lethal. I don't think it's going to come back good for the jury, and the fact that the state rested so quickly.
Generally, no.
Okay, hold on.
Suggest that they're confident.
Hey, hold on. I asked, hey, can a prosecutor ask a witness if what they saw was murder? Generally, no. Not in that form. Whether something is a murder is the ultimate legal conclusion that the jury must. That's exactly what I said. Man, that's exactly what I said. Witnesses testify.
They believe what they saw.
That's not what he said, though. That's not how they worded it in there. I mean, every one that I read was, hey, was this murder? Yes. It's like ridiculous. Witnesses testify. What a prosecutor can ask, what did you see? What did the defendant do? Did you see the defendant strike the victim? What happened next? What was the victim's condition? Any eyewitness can describe the events in detail. What a prosecutor usually cannot ask is, did you witness a murder? Was that murder? Do you think the defendant committed murder? See? I mean, that's ridiculous. That's what I'm saying. I just think it's like, wow, that's bizarre. That apparently Texas, you can do that, though. Unbelievable.
Well, and what's even what's even more bizarre is that, so you would think, now I've heard, I don't know if this is true, but I've heard that they raised $200,000+ for his defense.
I thought it was 600.
So if you're, okay,
Yeah.
so if you're paying that kind of money, and so this quality of an attorney, right? You're not talking somebody who's, like this is a $600,000 defense team, and you're not going to have one person raise an objection when that and from multiple witnesses when it was asked. So
yeah, I'm trying to figure out what the that's because it's in Texas you can do that. That's why. I mean,
is that what it says?
Well, that's what Elena typed it in.
Texas?
Elena typed it in.
Yeah.
I don't know if she was quoting something, but she typed in something like, I mean, it looked like a quote the way it was written. Let's see. I don't know. Now, just talk about something else. I got to look this up.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to look at the chat here. So I would like to know why the defense did not object and why the judge allowed the court the exact word of why the judge allowed in the exact word of Texas law. I want to read that myself. Well, that's good. That's good because it would make you think that the reason why that go ahead, Gray.
Well, and here it says, in Texas, you generally cannot ask a lay witness to testify on whether an action was legally murder or self-defense, as these are ultimate legal conclusions reserved for the jury. This is using Google, Gemini. So it says the same damn thing. And that's what, don't you believe that yourself too? Like what we just read from ChatGPT and myself, from Gemini, isn't that what like everybody believe? Like that makes sense to me. Well, that's what I've seen. I've never seen that asked before in my life. It just seems incredible. Like here's the verdict, jury. He did it, man. He killed him, and it's murder. And okay, good night. It's over. The deliberations begin tomorrow. It's just so weird. Absolutely crazy to me.
Well, and I would like to actually, where I would feel comfortable is if I talked to a Texas attorney who.
No, but I know, but you can talk to that guy. But what I'm saying is, your thoughts and I think everybody else's generally are like, man, that's not something you ask, and nor should it be accepted, and it should be objected to every single time, right? I don't care what you think, what the Texas guy might say. It's like you've never seen that before.
It should be objected to. It should be objected to every single time. And the fact that it wasn't.
Right. Well, then it's like, okay, because then, that's how she typed it in, like it was law, but ChatGPT and Gemini aren't saying that. So I don't know if there's some specific little place somewhere where, somebody can go up and find that comment somewhere. That'd be cool, but I can't go all the way back up.
And this is what looks suspect to me. So I don't think that he has just one attorney. He has to have at least two, if not three, for that amount of money. And so, what I'm forced to believe then is all three of them didn't have the sense enough to object, because the only other alternative explanation is that there's a loophole or something in there where they knew that if they would object that it would be overruled. Now, they still could have and preserved it for appeal just by putting it out there, even if it was overruled. So that's kind of strange, but, maybe these things have been discussed before on appeal cases and they, haven't resulted in wins, and so they would know that even if it was overturned, it wouldn't be something you could appeal after the fact. It's just opinion what they're stating, but I just can't agree nobody objected when you're paying that kind of money for good attorneys.
Yeah, let me just see if I can find one of the instances here. Oh, yeah. Was this self-defense or did Karmelo commit murder? Worski asked. He committed murder, the witness said. That's ridiculous. You hear that? Hey, layperson witness who was just standing there. Was this self-defense or did Karmelo commit murder? Well, he committed murder. As far as he didn't say as far as he just said he committed murder. I mean, I think that's incredible. Like when I read that, I go, am I reading this wrong? But then it shows up like 4 more times. That's what they were doing. I mean, literally asking a witness who literally should just be testifying on what they saw and what they heard and let the jury decide. They literally are able to say he committed murder right in front of the jury, and the jury is going to go, wow, okay, yeah, that's insane, man.
To me, what it sounds like is that the prosecutor was this type of guy who said, well, you know what, let's just throw a few softballs out there first and see if they bite or if they recognize our ploy or a little strategy here. And they noticed that the defense really didn't say anything. And they're like, well, all right, well, now that didn't get a bite out of them, let's throw something bigger out there and see. And well, look at that. They didn't challenge that either. These guys must be idiots. Like, we'll just keep throwing stuff out there because they do that.
Now, let's do that. Let's do that. I'm going to do that right here on ChatGPT. Why wouldn't a defense attorney object when a prosecutor asks a lay witness if what they saw was murder, and the witness witness said it was murder. Let's see what it says.
A defense attorney very well might object to that question because it can call for a legal conclusion rather than a factual observation. A lay witness is generally...
You're on mute, so I can only hear your voice.
Oh, yeah, I don't think you'll be able to hear it. So it says, a defense attorney very well might object to that question because it can call for legal conclusion rather than a factual observation. A lay witness is generally supposed to testify about what they saw, heard, smelled, felt, or experienced, not whether a crime legally occurred. For example, what did you see? What was the defendant doing? Did you see a weapon? What happened after the shot was fired? Potentially objectionable question was it a murder? Did you witness a murder? Was the defendant guilty? The reason is that murder is a legal term with a specific element that the jury must decide. So why might the defense not object? Let's see what this is more interesting now. Let's see why they might not object is the defense may believe the witness answer actually helps them. How? For example, if a witness says it was murder, let's see, they're going to say, for example, if a witness says it was murder, the defense can later argue, ladies and gentlemen, notice how the witness gave a legal conclusion. Oh, interesting. Instead of facts, deciding whether it was a murder is your job, not theirs. And it would also make you think, were they coached to say that? Maybe, right? And it says, sometimes lawyers let weak testimony come in because they think it damages the witness's credibility. The objection might be overruled anyways. Courts sometimes allow shortened descriptions. The witness answer, I don't know. It keeps going on and on and on and on, but I don't know, maybe there's a reason for it, Like, that's your job, you guys. Notice how all of the defense, here's what you might say. Notice how all the prosecution witnesses told all of you jurors that it was murder. But that is up to you to decide. And I think we've provided enough information to, squash that or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So maybe that is why they're doing that. That is kind of an interesting argument that ChatGPT made right there.
Well, so I looked it up when I had wrote in my question before, and so maybe it's the phrasing of how I wrote it, but the precise question I asked was, can a eyewitness be asked if he or she believe they saw a murder occur? So it's not like whether you actually saw one, but do you believe that you saw one? Which are two different things.
Yeah, but they didn't say that, though.
That's true.
That's what I'm saying. That was never said. They literally said, this is the quote that's in this article. Was this self-defense or did Karmelo commit murder? Asking the question. And then the witness said he committed murder. I mean, that's exactly what I've been. That's the problem. That's freaking not even like. Do you believe this was? I mean, obviously, that's kind of what you're saying when you ask somebody the question. But this is like, this guy's an expert on the stand, and you're saying, "Listen, sir, after all the evidence you've seen, was this self-defense or did Karmelo commit the murder?" He committed murder. Thank you very much. Stay tuned. We might call you back up again sometime. You know, it's like, really, this... I don't know. It's bothering me. It doesn't mean that the facts haven't changed, but that's just, like, insane, you know?
It's almost like something you'd see on Saturday Night Live.
That's a skit. Yeah. That's why it's ridiculous.
You know, because it's meant to be funny in the sense of you're asking something that's kind of obvious that, you know, you wouldn't be asking a person, because if the whole thing hinged on that, you just, I mean, you're basically asking them to make a conclusion for the jury, is what you're saying, you know, because the jury's the one who's supposed to determine, was this murder or wasn't it not, you know? And you're asking a witness to make
here's
conclusion.
the next witness. My opinion is that the witness, look, it just said, my opinion is that Austin didn't deserve what happened. And then then the question was, it was murder, wasn't it? Yes, sir. I mean, God, that's even worse. It's just shit. Leading the witness to say it, right? I mean, this is insane. Really,
it sounds so small town. It sounds like something that would only happen in a small town. I swear.
Yeah. Wow. That's unreal.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't sound like some big sophisticated town with, you know, it just sounds like very kind of, you know.
And then the next one's, you know, the next witness says, did Karmelo have any reason at all to stab Austin? No, sir, the witness said. And then, as someone who knows both Austin and Karmelo, is in your mind, it's not self-defense, it was murder. And then he agrees. It's the same damn thing.
Telling him.
Yeah, again, it's like, I mean, that's three of them. So that's what's been bugging me. It's hard for me to get over it, really, because it's just, you know, it's like almost the judge should have objected. You know, like, you've seen cases, remember that one? I don't remember what case it was. Was it Lori Daybell or whatever? Like, she would say, the judge actually objected on behalf of, you know, the sort of the uneducated defense team or something. Like, hey, I'm going to throw in an objection there. You should have objected when they said that. You know, that's, I mean, it seems like the judge, but, you know, if what was said earlier is true, that in Texas you can do that, but I didn't see any proof of that with, you know, looking on ChatGPT, who has all that stuff loaded in, you know, all over the place. They have this huge... Anyways, forget it. It looks like people are going to sleep, so...
I noticed that, but I did want to say that. What was that?
No, I just said it's 4 hours and 28 minutes show.
That's great. That's great. Well, you did a great job on the coverage tonight. And you know what was great is I had no clue when I was getting ready to tune in that that they had actually rested, and that you were going to have all these details that you had, which I frankly don't think anybody was going over or had. So, you know, when this was being tuned into tonight, I mean, we're literally watching Gray uncovering all of this stuff as it happened actually today. I mean, you can't get much better for that kind of coverage.
Well, thanks, but you know what was even weirder is, see, before the show I got the most of those, and then they were still going on, obviously, because like I got more. I guess it couldn't have been while I was. Maybe it was earlier in the day, but like 4 more witnesses were on that same blog, so I added those during the show. So that was cool. We got basically the whole thing in shortened form.
And there's no way ever easy to get the court transcripts, right?
They might. It's not. It costs a ton of money, you know. That's the thing.
That's what I thought.
You know, thousands and thousands of dollars, you know.
Yeah.
But if somebody gets it first, then I think it's a lot cheaper for the second people. So some company will order that, and then you can get a copy, and then it's way less. like $50. I would do that, maybe. Maybe. I mean, I don't know. I mean, depends. Like, let's just see what happens, and yeah.
So, how much time should he get, Gray?
Well, I mean, if it is what it is, the way it is now, I would. I don't know. I'm sort of more in the second degree category. Like it's just before when I thought he was just under that tent, being a antagonistic person, I was more first degree. But I'm still not away from first degree. Because, you have this guy showing up with a knife. He, was intentionally antagonistic, almost as if you could argue that he wanted to kill somebody. So, I mean, I guess we just have to wait and see. I don't know, man. I can't give you a number. I have to wait and see what the whole defense comes up with and,
Well, I'm comfortable with saying, him taking someone's life. I wouldn't, once he's got all that testosterone out of his system, and he's now kind of an old 40. Man, or pretty much, then he's no longer a danger to society because he's old, pretty much, and then might give him, a decade or so, of life, or 15 years or whatever, but to let him experience the joys of life, like to have a son, to have a wife, to have a home, to all those things, so the Metcalf boy, he will never have those things. He'll never know the joys of those things, or to have a child. Right. So I just don't think that, so I think that the time that he does get, if he gets any freedom, should be short-lived before he, passes.
Yeah. I mean, I'm totally for, if they do the first degree, if the jury goes with that, I see why, I see it. So then it's like, okay, what do you give them? I agree with, it sucks when, criminals get out. That's why it's so absolutely horrendous when you have these sexual assaulting people, and then the judges let them out, and then they do it again, and then they kill somebody, and it's like, God.
It's awful.
I almost wish the judge could be put in prison for what they did. It's like, why did you let him out, you idiot? I mean, you knew what this guy was. It's just sick. Yep. So you're basically manslaughter. You could put, I've been saying that for years on my show. If everybody watching for a long time, I've just said, and also when these judges deem somebody okay for society now. Well, how about this, Judge? He lives at your house for the first month, okay, and then he can live out on the streets after you've deemed him with your own personal experience that he was okay. And you know what? The judge will go, did I say I let him out today? Oh, yeah, give him another 10 years. Pass the buck.
Yeah.
These guys are just, it just sucks. Yeah.
That's what I think is a difference sometimes between certain political perspectives. For example, when it comes to the undocumented, is that some people are willing to be lenient with the undocumented because they don't really consider them that big of a deal, whereas other people are not that lenient because they already recognize that this person could end up living close to them and eventually being a threat to them one day, and that they don't want that. And so one realizes the threat long beforehand, and the other one lets it get into the backyard before they actually start doing something about it.
My argument always is this. Like, people always say, hey, Gray, the illegal aliens, they commit crimes at a lower rate, you bastard. And what I'll say was, hey, it's good for them, but you know what? Every single crime that's committed, stealing, murder, sexual assault, etc., committed by an illegal alien is one that should never have happened because they shouldn't be here. So whether the rate is lower or not is absolutely irrelevant. Okay? It really is. It doesn't mean anything. It means that they shouldn't have been here, and that wouldn't have happened had they not been let in. And so that's where I stand on that, and I think it's crazy that people don't see that. It's wild. Hey, thanks,
Just
Jim
like
Long.
going under.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just like going under somebody's tent and going number 1 and number 2, and would any other foreign country tolerate that? No. You know what would happen in foreign countries if you tried to rush the border.
Yeah. I mean, the way it is right now is the way it should stay. But you know what? The second that it changes parties, there's going to be a mass of pouring over the border. You watch how this goes. It's going to be crazy.
Yeah.
Yet again.
Well,
sucks.
I understand the things in question, but did I just hear Jim Lon? Did you say Jim Lon came in?
Well, he's been here. He said he wants to go alligator hunting with you. Whatever the hell that means, man. I don't know what that means. Okay. But anyways, I got to get the hell out of here, man.
All right. Well, good conversation, and look forward to the next update. And just
Monday.
A quick shout out to the freaks who really, showed up tonight and participated, made it a great night, and great job on the coverage, Gray. Like you, I think, as far as this case, well, all the cases, but in particular this case, you got the freshest coverage around on it, and
thanks.
I
think I reasonably think about it too. Like I'm not biased in one direction. I literally kind of go, look at that. That means something.
You're certainly willing to reserve opinion until they come back and with the charge that they're going to come back with.
I mean, I might have an opinion, but I like to think like, oh wow, I see what they're going to try to say, and that might convince a juror to believe this, and that kind of thing. I just don't want to. I don't like when it's just, oh yeah, man, that's 100%. Now look at this guy, and it's like, okay, well, this is a little bit more. There's some nuance in this one. This isn't, it's a little. There's things that are said that aren't quite like the other one said, and then, so you just gotta. Let's just see how it goes. I gotta get through. We gotta get through the defense, and so we'll just keep covering it, and I guess we'll all just go through it together and see what the hell. At the very end, what we all think. How about that? All right.
Sounds good.
Okay.
All right. Well, have a good night, and thanks for letting me call in, and great job, freaks.
Well, thanks for calling in. It's always good.
All right.
Have a good
Talk to you soon.
Bye-bye. Jason Bourne. All right. All right, so hold on. We're going to do I got to do the spin again, you guys. So for people who sent 5 or more in, you get the... let's see. Hey, what do you guys think about my new intro? If I say, this is Hughes Investigates, where location is evidence. Because that's what I do, man. That's my normal thing. All right? What do you guys think? I think I'm going to start using that on my videos. And then I'm not even going to have intros anymore in my videos. I'm going to go straight to what I'm talking about. All right? So straight to the information and just say that. This is Hughes Investigates, where location is evidence. And today we're going to be talking about, boom, right? What do you guys think? Pretty good, huh? Yeah, location is evidence. That's it. Why are you confused? Like with a question mark at the end. Yeah. Yeah, because the location is evidence in cases. That's what I'm saying. So many cases I've covered, I'm the only one that does it, where I go through the locations and work through, and that is really part of the, at the end. And you should like that one, Lori, because it was from the person that you told me to get a hold of. Okay. All right. Anyways, or that wasn't from him. It was his idea to come up with something, and then I came up with that, and he goes, "Oh, I like that one." Just say, yeah, where location is evidence. And then, you could have stuff like, until next time, remember, location is evidence. It is. See, location is evidence in cases, and people just sort of gloss over, hey, it's map time, everybody, like a lunatic. It's really a hell of a lot more important than that in a lot of cases. Some cases, mapping isn't really important because it might be something that just happens in a, like a domestic violence case at a house, and then it's like, okay, well, unless they took her body somewhere, that kind of thing afterwards or try to hide, then location matters. But all right. Anyways, let's see. Unless you guys can think of a better one, I haven't. I'm not married to that currently. I remember how I found the location in this one. All right, let's do the. All right, I got more pie here. There we go. Shovel, 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 shovel. There we go. Who's going to win the notebook? Only got too many left. And look at that. Lisa Belson. And see, when you remove her, it almost made the pie really small. That's what makes it scary sometimes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Yeah, so, I guess it wasn't too bad, regardless. So there you go. Lisa Belson has won a notebook. And then let's go through this up here. Thank you to Cinnamon Sin Freak. That's one of my favorite names out there. Wild Bill Wassman. Then K-Me. Then Wild Bill Wassman again. Then Cheryl Bullock. Then Wild Bill Wassman again. See, Wild Bill Wassman was keeping us alive, Wild Bill Wassman. Linda Howell. Then Linda Howell. Look at that, 77 months. That is 6 years and 5 months of hell. Wild Bill Wassman again. Then Linda Howell. Then Wild Bill Wassman again. Then Joel Burnt. Then we had 6 Kids UK. And 6 Kids UK said she hadn't been around too much because she's been having babies. And then we had Karen again, then Wild Bill Wassman. Then Brandy jumped in with 5 gifted channel memberships. Thank you. Then Karen again. Then Wild Bill Wassman again. Thanks, Wild Bill. And then, yes, we did that. And then Brandy J, thank you for covering this trial tonight. So thank you again. Then Lisa Belson jumped in and gifted 10 memberships out of nowhere. Then Karen gifted 5. Then I gifted 5. I can't remember. I mean, I gifted 5 because I missed giving the 5 from yesterday. I remember when I was in bed sleeping. I was sitting there going, wait a minute, did I not? And then Allie Cat. Then Brandy J again, gifted a membership. Then Wild Bill Wassman, Lisa Valenzuela, Karen again, then Brandy J again. Thanks, Brandy. You popped in there a whole bunch of times. Thank you. And then Cheryl Ann gifted one. Then Brandy J gifted another one. Then Lisa Belson gifted 5 and then got us over the final number with 10 more. And then Wild Bill Wassman, Paul Ayers, Patriotic Revolution, Paul Ayers, Wild Bill Wassman, Lori Bach, Shake My Head, then 6 Kids UK again, because she hadn't been around, because she's been having babies. And then Paul Ayers gifted 5, Wild Bill Wassman, Wild Bill again, and Jim Lon. So thanks, Wild Bill. When it's just slow as hell, there's Wild Bill Wassman. Something to keep the lights on as we're going through this show. Anyways, thanks everybody. You guys, what do you guys think? I think it's pretty interesting, right? I mean, we don't have a ton we've only got like 90 people watching at one time, which is better though than some of the other lately for some reason. But what do you guys think? I think it's been pretty interesting. I think we're covering it the right way, just trying to, there's little nuances and trying to get things put together, and you know what I'm saying? That's right. What the hell is a gigawatt by Jim Lawn? And I actually have this set up just for him.
1.21 gigawatts. What the hell is a gigawatt?
There you go. There you go. Yeah, I don't mind people having... what I don't mind is when people have different opinion, but it takes account of the facts presented. I don't like when people just sort of blurt something out and it's like, well, yeah, but that's not what we have right here, you know? And then just saying something like, well, I don't believe that that's really what was happening. Well, okay, well, give me, where has this been presented at trial? You know, because that's what we're at, you know? This is a trial now. Hey, no problem, Jason Bourne. Thanks for calling in. Thanks for, Blazer calling in earlier. All right, so there you go. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you guys tomorrow, and who the hell knows what tomorrow will bring. Thank you very much for watching. And until next time. Wait, let me see. Let me do this now. Oh, that's only going to be on my videos, actually. I'm not going to say location is evidence on my... on the... If you can think of a better phrase, like, this is Hughes Investigates. And then something related to mapping or whatever that you think is better, send me an email. I haven't really, it's not... I'm not married to... location as evidence, but I like it, I think it sounds pretty cool. So anyways, thanks everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. And as I always say, until next time, be safe out there. And a 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4. Oh yeah, like Jason said, thank you mods for what you do and getting rid of the trolls when they show up. Knocked a few out of the park. Thank you for watching Hughes Investigates on YouTube, where we cover true crime using logic, reason, and common sense. Thank you very much for watching, and until next time, be safe out there.
Evil can never be dead enough.
And some of you make shit up.